Hello and welcome to Avress, the Shattered World. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your Dungeon Master for today. I want to thank everyone for coming out and listening and watching, and we'll be unfortunately missing our little gnome artificer today. Eldon, his player is feeling under the weather, so hopefully he'll be back next week, and we'll get a little bit more of our crazy little gnome. But I want to introduce everyone else and get started today. We'll go ahead and start there with Trevor and work our way across.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, whatever it is for you guys. I am Trevor. I am a gunslinger, and I am very, very merciful and kind at all times. That's it.
Is Go ahead.
Oh, it's me. Hello, I'm Bernie, and I play Amethyst. She is Sphax's sorceress, and trying to keep Trevor and from murdering people.
You killed more than I did. Anyway.
I'm Rob. I play Lucas, a half-elf bard.
I'm Nans. I play Sora, the Dragonborn Paladin.
Excellent. Well, we're going to get started off, pick up right where we left off last time. The party was in a roadside village where they had been attacked by a large group of trollings they've encountered before. Little monstrous troll-like creatures, but that speak halfling and are the size of halflings, but regenerate like trolls. And it's a very odd thing here. So we're going to move our players back to the map here. We should be seeing that come up. Are we all there yet? I think so. Yeah. Okay. So the players had come into town here in after leaving Port Oris, meeting up with their new porter that had been hired, a Goliath female named Gina. Darville had his wagon loaded up, ready to go. They made their goodbyes from everyone else in Port Oris and headed out on the road. At a couple days into travel there, they started to smell smoke in the air and ended up encountering this little village where they had stopped on the way to Port Oris. A small place with a single inn, a general store, and some other buildings and such. As they approached, they could see smoke hovering in the air and smell it on the wind. As they reached the little settlement, they spotted a few things. First, some of the buildings, two of the buildings were on fire, one almost completely engulfed at the time. And second, a number of little green-skinned attackers running around town, assaulting the people, the populace, and trying to break into the various buildings. They spotted arrows flying across the main road from one building to another, and were able to jump in and lend assistance. The trollings put up a pretty valiant fight there. They did outnumber the party at least 2-1, but the party was able to, through the use of magics and a lot of force, were able to dispatch the little monsters, including a shaman. The first time they've encountered a trolling that had spellcasting ability. A couple of us somewhat more competent than the average trolling as well. But they managed to capture one of them, prevent it from dying, and we're in the process of questioning them. Trevor ended the questioning a little bit early and put a bullet through the little monster's head, effectively ending the question and answer session. And we pick up right there with Trevor and Eldon standing over the lifeless body of our little trolling, and the rest over at the inn helping with some of the people that were just now emerging from there, along with Barton, the hunter that had been encountered at the Forge Right Inn on the way to Port Oris. He had been the one up on the roof of the inn firing arrows across the street there, trying to keep the trollings at bay. And that's pretty much where we pick up there. The wagon is pulled into the front. Some of the people are coming out of the inn, looking around, and that's where we find ourselves at the moment. So, what do you want to do?
I believe Eldon was talking about healing the trolling. That was what he intended to do. That's what he's told us.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was one of those things of he attempted it. It was the trolling literally had been had his head blown open, and not enough there to really heal at this point. So the trolling collapses to the ground. The spellcaster is actually standing right about where Lucas is right now. Um, he's he was the one that kept. Never mind.
Hmm?
Okay, it's all right. Something fell over behind me there. So, um, the spellcaster had been causing all kinds of havoc with mostly area effect spells. That yeah, um, they were designed to hamper movement and keep people from moving around. There was uh, a hunter that kept shooting in there, and the hunter seems to have escaped. In all the confusion, he was able to flee into the woods, and by the time you really realize it, he's pretty much long gone. There's no sign of him out, at least in the area, at the moment. So Eldon is trying to stabilize the trolling there, but it's a mess. It's not pretty. So where do we find ourselves next?
Well, I guess now that we've put the fire out over here, we'll go over and attempt to speak to this trolling that we've kept alive.
Oh no, he's gone.
Oh, I know, but I don't know that.
Oh yeah. So as
Amethyst
you
was like,
approach,
I'm
as
gonna
you
walk
approach, you'll
around
see
over
kind of
here. Like I was saying, I was backing away slowly. Just FYI, just over here, cleaning the
okay.
brain matter off my gun.
I mean, as you approach, you'll see Eldon just sort of like, I tried, but there's just there's just nothing left.
I'm gonna look.
Unfortunately cannot bring back that. And he kind of points to the head, the explodey head of the trolling.
Gonna look around. Eldon, what did you do?
let me guess, Trevor?
Well, he's
I
definitely been
just can't.
shot.
I don't want to say a word. Like, I mean, you're gonna see the hole in his head, but like, I don't say anything.
Yeah. It was a matter of uh, I don't think this one would have had a lot of information, but he won't be able to say much more at this point.
I could have used detect thoughts on him.
Could have, should have, would have, but didn't.
He
Anyway,
was
there
putting the
is
fire
one.
out over here.
There is one that got away. We could always track him down. Not that they're going to tell us that much to begin with.
Wasn't that one female?
No, the female was a rogue, and she actually dropped right around here. Her body is still there. You'll notice that she has a bunch of little knives and daggers around, and they're a lot better quality than the rest of them. Their weapons are crude, their armor is crude. Hers are a little bit better condition. They actually have a better edge to them. Some of the knives are actually balanced pretty well for throwing. They're effectively normal daggers and throwing knives, as opposed to the rest of the weapons that are just basically garbage. Um, you will see the remains of a broken short bow up by the general store right around here. That's where the hunter had been firing, and hit the bowstring snapped, and he threw the weapon down in disgust and basically ran around the building. That's the last anyone saw of him.
Has anyone got any tracking skills?
I mean, technically,
Got +2 survival.
No one's actually trained in it,
yeah,
unfortunately.
but we could still attempt to. Like, we can still
Mhm.
track footprints, not successfully necessarily, but
Yep. I mean, go ahead and you're going to be up
I
in
am
the,
a bounty hunter after all. So I mean, I could, in theory, try to at least.
So if you move up around the inn here, or the last place you saw him, you can start checking for tracks there. Give me an investigation or survival.
I seen the hunter, right? Like, yeah, no, he attacked me twice.
Yeah,
Like,
he, he shot at you. You saw him. Yeah. He didn't look a whole lot different there. He was wearing leather armor, a little bit more armor like armor than the rest of the ones. They're like scraps of leather and such
Yeah, I
everywhere.
just know he's the one who hurt me the most out of everyone else.
Okay. Yeah, Lucas. I mean, it's a lot of tromp down, especially right around the building here. There's a lot of footprints. They were running back and forth along the backside here. There's really not much you can find in the way of tracks
Did you want investigation or did you want
or survival, either one.
survival? I'm a little better in survival, so.
Okay.
Doesn't help when you roll a 1 though.
No.
It does for me. It's great because that means I get another roll. That I do not though, so that was horrible.
Unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't help you when you roll 2.
I should have rolled investigation.
Okay. You'll find that there are some tracks and everything else that, and you'll find some footprints heading off into the trees. However, I will say there you quickly lose track of them. The footprints tend to just not so much disappear, but this guy seems to know how to move pretty well through the forest. So as you catch a footprint here and there, you quickly lose sight of a specific trail.
Can Eldon send the hawk to go and look, the owl rather, to go and look for it?
He can. The owl will head out there. I'll go ahead and roll a check for the owl and see if he can spot anything. Let me see here. Where is your owl? There
I'd
he
like
is.
to go back and speak to this guy and find out what he's doing here. You know, the one that we saw at the hotel place before.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and roll. Okay. The owl seems to get a better view, but unfortunately, it's flying above the trees, and very quickly the trees get a little thicker, and so it kind of reports back to Eldon that he definitely headed north, but loses track of a specific trail. It's hard to spot from above the trees and everything else. So it's flying there, zooming in and out, trying there, and it definitely gives a general a direction at least. Sora, Reese could head out that way if you want to head. I believe he does have survival. Okay. Reese definitely is able to pick up a trail. However, he will tell you this guy's moving. It's like I can tell he went that way. I can see a trail somewhat, but this guy's good. I can see that much. Um, I do you want to try to follow after him? He's got a bit of a head start.
I don't know with the horse and buggy and me being in some plate and some mail armor that we'd even be able to catch up.
I mean, like I said, I mean, I could try to keep on him. I got his initial trail. I know he's heading this direction, and it's in the same general direction. The owl had spotted some signs, but
You
I don't know if I can really keep up because I mean I can't move fast while I track.
am I near Sora now? When she's talking, by the way, where's she at?
I assume you're gathering up in that area since most people
Okay.
are all looking at the tracks there now. So
Listen,
we'll go ahead and say most people are up around the north part of about where you
right?
guys are now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I assume. You all have fought these guys before. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah. Yes, that is correct.
How I'll go back to the one I shot, and I just kind of like take my finger and like open its mouth and see if it has like pointy teeth or just jagged teeth.
So yes, you see there's a couple dead bodies up here too, because you had a couple in the middle of the road, and the rogue is right here. The female rogue,
Right.
is right in the center here. You'll find that they're sharp, like kind of long teeth, a bit jagged. Trevor, they look a bit like troll teeth, which
Right.
are kind of long, serrated, meant for ripping and tearing kind of thing.
Instead of us
There's not
trying
really.
these guys came for food, presumably, right?
That is one thing. The one thing they definitely the one you questioned definitely said it was there for.
Now, our question: trolls I know that I'm familiar with. They eat predominantly, they're carnivores, and they will eat people and anyone or anything they can, or any animal alive or anything like that.
Mhm.
Or are they trying? When you say they're going for food, were they attacking the village for the people, or were they attacking to break into people's homes and take food out of like pantries and whatnot?
Are you asking the townsfolk at this point, or looking around
I
yourself?
guess whoever's around, I guess, yeah,
Okay.
because they would know. Like if
So-
they're trying to break into houses, break into kitchens, or are they trying to attack people outright? Because that's a big clue.
As you gather around here, you'll find that couple things, and you'll get to know. So just to kind of, well, at this point, if we're not going to follow the trail, we can kind of get back into what's happening in town here. So Barton can fill in some gaps. He had a bit of a view there, the hunter that was here. The other townsfolk that will come here, you'll find that there is the actual the general storekeeper will come out there. He's a bit. He was holed up inside the store there, hiding behind some barrels and crates that he managed to get in there. You will find that inside the store there, it was ransacked. Bags of flour torn open, bags of sugar and salt scattered everywhere, like they just tore into everything they could.
They're trying to
There
get
are
food. So I'm under the impression right now is what you're saying, what they're telling me, that like they're after actual like pantry items as opposed to like food stock instead of people.
Actually,
Okay.
well, let me finish.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The people, the bodies that were there were a few bodies of townsfolk. Some of them were chewed on, some of them were ripped into. And there was behind the burned out building a chicken coop that was completely torn apart, and most of and all the chickens in there were just ripped to pieces.
Now listen,
So
I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, they kind of all the above. They were going for anything that was edible, and they were attacking people and livestock as well.
Okay, well here's my idea, and Sora, this kind of negates your idea, which I don't dislike at all. In fact, I think that's a very good idea. In fact, I think you should still do it. I think we should lay a trap for this thing. We take any of the dead livestock. Not big on the people being out there, even as bait, even dead or not. That's not really. That's even against my moral code. We get some food pantry items.
You have a moral code?
A little bit of one. Innocent people can't like. And I've killed less people than you. I'd like you to know. Well, since we've been together anyway.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But anyway,
I loaded the guy's head, and that was about it.
What I'm wondering here, I got some tinkering ability, and I'm sure some of you all are kind of crafting what you do. And while Reese is tracking him down, maybe he can kind of flush him out over here. And we set a net, or we even just hide in the daylight. You all want to keep this one alive, I'm assuming, correct? At least until we get the information that we need.
I'd like to speak to them.
Okay, here's my suggestion on this. We lay in wait here on the cover of night. We get some pantry items, because this thing's going to come back. That's my assumption. Once it realizes the danger is gone, it'll probably come back, because they're not going to go away from a known food source. Did I say Nona? No, Nona, because Nona's the one that Sora. Shit, I did confuse that. Yeah, but I was still talking to Sora though. But yeah, anyway, sorry, I play a lot of campaigns together with. But anyway, I say we lay a trap, and then either we fashion some kind of net, but that might take a significant amount of time, or we just lie in wait and then capture him when he comes and gets the food.
I believe in your plan that it will work. My problem would be I don't know that he'll ever come back. Now that he knows people are on the lookout.
Well, let me ask you this then, Sora. How reliable is Reese in what he does? Like, how capable is he?
He's very capable.
Worst case scenario, he tracks him down, captures him himself. One of us could go with him.
He'll actually. I'm not going to about myself.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't do that by himself.
I mean, he's basically a level 1 ranger.
Oh yeah, so not capable at all. Got it. Okay, yeah. I asked how capable. Like,
he's
that's
got
not
the
it.
skills.
No,
He's not a
he is
combat person.
capable. He's not a combat
Yeah.
person. Like he wouldn't be doing that. He's capable of tracking stuff.
Yeah.
He's capable of getting food for us, but he's not
So, as far as the rest of the
combat.
group, what do y'all think? Because either way, it was my idea to begin with to go track him down. It was just a secondary option. I'm perfectly fine with either idea.
It was my idea to question the other guy that exploded the head
I
off.
don't know. You weren't there.
No, I was putting out the fire.
Good job on that, by the way. You saved a lot of people, I'm sure.
Yeah, that seems to
I
be.
don't know. Are we in a hurry to get back home?
Oh,
The
I
only
mean,
thing
ask Darble. Yeah, I mean, they don't want to be sitting there.
I think we need to talk one thing, by the way, Jim. Remember when I asked specifically, I couldn't remember on what I was getting Nils to make for me, and we said there was nothing besides him doing that. Wasn't he the one making my grappling gun?
I couldn't remember the things.
It was
I couldn't
him.
remember.
We stopped in the last, not the last session before that, but the one previously
Right.
to that, and I completely forgot
Right.
about it.
And unfortunately, we didn't record that one. So
Yeah.
I think he looked over your plans, and I think I don't remember if
He said he
if
was
you
going to
want-
ship it. Like, he said, like, it could be a couple of days, and that either if we weren't still in town, he could do that thing where he could teleport it to
ship
our
it to Nimbus.
yeah, in like
Yeah.
a manner, like yeah.
So yeah, effectively, yeah, he didn't have enough time to build it completely, based on the plans that you gave to him.
Right.
But he could definitely ship one once he got it done.
Sorry, and this was
So-
worth just. I should have just texted this to you or talked to you
Okay.
about it again, but yeah, I was just curious. But anyway, so are we going to track this trolling down?
I mean,
I'm not
I can-
against
I
it.
doubt it's going to happen.
I'm not against it, but I don't think we'll ever be able to catch up to it to get him with,
Well, it was your
heavy
idea to get.
armor.
It was your idea to get the trail, correct?
I was just helping people do what they were looking at doing, but I'm having this feeling that if my tracker can't catch up to him, I don't know that we'll be able to catch up to him.
So you're gonna
Then
catch
my
us up
that
to
was
him?
Reese's.
well, the one thing we do not want to do is let this thing go one way or another, whether you all keep it alive or not. Because if it does come back, and my theory is right, all these people are gonna die.
Oh, if Priest catches up with him and he gets spotted, he'll probably die. And if Priest catches up with him and doesn't get spotted, what's he going to do? He's going to leave and come back and
No,
tell
no.
us where he last saw him.
No,
and
no, no.
then
We're not. No,
we'll
he's
lose him by then
he's-
anyway. So.
he's just said he's not going by himself. If he tracks him down, we're all going too.
Mhm.
But Sora just doesn't want to go because of Heavy, and she's afraid that she'll slow us down. As much as I don't like,
I was talking to him.
Oh, well, everyone was gathered up on top there,
Yeah, I
so
was
I
told.
figured
yeah,
I mean, if everyone's gathered in one place, so essentially,
yeah, I didn't know you were there yet.
I need to know where people are. 'Cause, like, some people are gathered up here by where the trail is, and some people down by the inn where things are going on there. So I just need to know who's going where.
Yeah, Lucas and Sora were down there.
So are we all gathering up?
Not Sora.
Yeah, Lucas, come up back. Are you coming back up
Because
here?
part of the problem is like, people are having conversations that are nowhere near each other right now. So I want to make sure everyone's either in one place so they can have a conversation.
I just want to say I was talking to Sora, and she was up here. It was Amethyst.
Right. But yeah, because Amethyst and Lucas were down here by the wagon, and so we. So
I
I
wanted
need to know.
to talk
Yeah.
to him. I want to know. It's a bit of a coincidence, I think, that he's
Okay,
here.
so he's still down here then, yeah. So fine, we'll put you guys back here, and we'll cut. So you guys decide. So Trevor and Sora are trying to decide what to do. Eldon's just sort of like puttering around, trying to clean up some things and see if see what he can help with there. He did kind of make sure the fire was out on the building over here, that got set by the errant fire orb. And help to make sure, so he'll kind of be over here in the general area as well. So as you guys are discussing what to do with tracking, we'll cut down to Lucas and Amethyst along with Burton. There is a couple other folks have come out to the front of the inn, and they're kind of standing around as well. I won't put on the map here because they're not really significant other than the fact that there are people around.
I thought it was Barton.
Barton, yes. So Barton, he's like, I mean, I I was here doing. This is one of my stops I usually make to provision and trade meat and fur and such like that. And so, I mean, I tend to spend a lot of time here. Um, it's it was early morning. We heard a disturbance. Um, kind of started hearing some people start screaming, and by the time everyone got in a position, the Haven place across the way there was already pretty well on fire, and we started seeing these little guys running around. It was early morning, just barely after dawn. Um, uh, these little things running around, little green skinned things running around. Merrick went out to check on them, and he's the guy that was in armor, somewhat actually had a weapon on him that was killed over here in front of the stable. Um, uh, Once I saw things were happening, I could see that they were avoiding the fire at Halvin's place, and so I went. I kind of got the idea that if I could keep the fire on the inn controlled, they'd avoid it. And it seemed to be working for the most part, but fortunately the fire got a little bit away from me, and it was actually starting to catch a little more than it was supposed to. But I was shooting the things as much as I could. I managed to knock the one over here into the fire, and he started burning, and I put a few more shots into him, and he stayed down. There was a body of a trolling in front of this house here that was all burned to a crisp. So, but the other ones, I mean, it didn't matter how many arrows I put into them, they just kept going. It was a mess.
They regenerate if they don't take fire damage, which is probably why the other one, because it was burning, why that one died.
That makes sense. I was able to at least hurt that one, and it fell. So the other ones I shot, I mean, they seemed to be hurt by it, but they just kept going. I couldn't put enough arrows in them and put them down. So that's that. And so, yeah, as far as I know, and you'll see at this point about 8 or 9 people are gathered at the front of the inn, um, that seem to have evacuated into there at least, other than the one shopkeeper that was over here. So we managed to get as many people inside as we could, barricaded the doors, um, and the fires on the roof kept the things away for the most part. And they just started tearing into various places. That's about when you guys showed up in the afternoon.
Does anyone know which direction they came from?
By the time I saw anything, they were already here. I haven't had a chance to really check to see where they came, specifically where they came from. With a
I'm
group
just
that
asking.
large, they should have. Yeah. So
Just asking
no one's.
generally.
Yeah, no one's really tracked them yet. So looking around, you would guess based on people to the north there, they came from the south. And Eldon will confirm that the little guy did say they came from that direction.
Yeah. Are you any good at tracking?
Pretty decent. I am a hunter.
That's what I was thinking. Because I
mean,
think there's some talk of finding the one that got away, the hunter got away.
Oh, that one. Yeah, he the only one kept shooting back. And you will see that actually he does have a wound on his left leg. Yeah, it's been there's some blood on his left thigh. It's not actively bleeding at this point there, but you can see he did take a wound. So yeah, bastard got me in the leg, and I managed to get the arrow out and take my only healing potion and kept from bleeding out at least. But yeah, those things were nasty. So I could try to track them. They got a head start. He's
Yeah.
got a head start.
Well, I wanted to question the one that we had, but something happened and he got killed. So we were hoping to at least find some information out about where they came from, what they want, what they're doing here and stuff. So if you can help, then that would be great.
I can try. I will. And at that point, Darvel's like, so are we holding up here for the day or whatever? You gonna make? I mean, what's the plan here, folks?
You could probably stay here. I don't think anything else is coming. I can leave a telepathic link open with you in case anything does show up.
What's the range on that, real quick? The link. Is it unlimited or?
But yeah, same plane.
Okay, I want to make sure. So yeah, yeah, that would be good. I mean, if another force of these guys show up, we don't want anyone else getting hurt, right?
Don't go jumping into a portable hole, and we should be okay.
Okay. And Barton's like, well, I can join you, and I mean, some of you look pretty beat up though. Are you guys ready to go traipse off into the woods, or do you need to rest up?
I'll see what the others say. It's just one guy, right?
True.
Possibly.
I wondered if they'd had we've met these before, and they were in a cave. So I wondered if they had a base around here. But if they came from the south and he ran to the north, he's obviously not running back to where they came from.
Yeah.
Yep. That's true. They came back to him. I mean, he's heading up there. He may double back at some point.
Yeah.
But I mean, the snow makes it a little bit easier to track, but it also makes it slower going for a larger group. So, well, if you're game, I'm game. Let's get on out there, I guess.
Okay.
And Eldon says he'll stay back to help with people keep making sure that everyone's okay.
Right. I'll leave the telepathic link open with Eldon then.
Okay, he'll stay with the wagon and Darvel and Gina. I assume Catherine's gonna stay behind.
Yes,
How about
Catherine will be
Reese?
staying behind.
Can we use her saddle then?
Reese has gotten everybody on the correct path, but he will stay here as well.
Okay.
Can we use the saddle for her for Barton? So we can at least ride the horses.
Yeah, the horses are still summoned. I mean, you didn't dismiss them.
Because he's on foot, isn't he? So at least it will be a little bit quicker if we go
Are we
on the
all
horses.
sorry?
if-
Are we all together at this point or no?
I think at this point people are gathering up there. So
Yeah,
I
we'll
want to
head
make sure
over
before
there.
I talked. I didn't want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I was going to suggest is that we actually not go on horseback because we're trying to track this thing down and keep it alive, right? Not kill it outright. If we got horses clomping around there, snow or not, he's going to know and freak out and like hightail it.
Well, I mean,
He's got a good head start, so even if we just go a bit further and then I don't know what the best thing to do is.
it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I mean, really, we're running into a problem of he's got a head start. It's one of him.
Yeah, but the rest of it, he's also very injured as well. Am I correct? I've shot him at least twice.
The hunter?
Yeah. Well, actually, I shot him once.
Nope. You shot the rogue, and his other guys were there, but he never got shot.
Oh shit! He didn't take any damage at all.
No.
He took some damage, but he got to heal it back. He regenerates.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, sorry.
So,
I literally thought I shot him, not just like yeah.
You did. Sorry, you did hit him at least twice. Not for a huge amount of damage though, so he wasn't like on death's door or anything else. He kind of got. I know he got hit at least once, but he was at full hit points when he ran away.
Okay, well, even still, that brings up a good point. When you said we're trying to look for a trail, is there any blood droplets at all?
After a time, no.
Then yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
that was easy to pick up the trail there initially, but by the time he really got into the woods, the bleeding had stopped at that point. So he is again able to move a lot easier.
Anyway, though, I will leave this as a group decision. And sorry, Jim, you're about to say something.
Go ahead and finish up.
Okay. I will say this. In my experience, I do have a lot of experience hunting and tracking. I can say that. Whether I'm particularly good at it or not is up for debate. But if we come out with a big party it's going to be a lot harder to catch him than if it just a few of us went out, or at least let the others lie in wait.
I just wanted Barton to help because he's good at tracking.
I think that's a very good idea.
He's a hunter.
Well, we can try to do. I mean, if you're hunting in a group setting, I mean, a lot of times you want to have a group to flush them out and a group to be waiting for them. So if I'm maybe one or two of us are up ahead that can move pretty quickly, then we can at least get on the trail, pick at some point. Maybe he's stopped and resting, or take stock of things. Um, he's gonna bolt. So I think that another group there that can move and catch him, that may work too.
The way I see it, we've got two choices. We can either rest up here, take a watch, and see if he does double back and come through here and find him in the morning, or we can just go straight away.
I am
So-
leaning more toward just going home. I'm not
What?
seeing him coming back, then tracking him.
But what if he goes back and says, "Oh, there's a whole town here and there's still some people there. Let's go and eat them."
I agree with you, but like we didn't see that happen last time.
Because we killed them all. They took the goat. We chased after him, and when we found out that's what the plan was, to come back to the village, we just killed them all. So this time one got away, and we know that they're sending scouts out to go and find food and places where they can go. So if they think this place is fair game, they will be back, and not just that guy, but a bunch of others. We don't know how many of them there are. He said there was lots of them. So
Eldon will pop in there. They did say he did indicate at least that they've been traveling for quite a while to get here. It wasn't like they are close to their village. The place is, at least by the sound of it, it took weeks to get here. So it wasn't like it didn't sound. Well, unfortunately, we didn't get more information than that. They asked where their village was. When I asked where the village was, they said it was that way a while, and they left weeks ago. So I don't know how fast this group moves. We don't, but they at least are not in the vicinity, at least, unless there is another force of them. Um, it's hard to say. I don't really have much in the way of insight type of things, so I don't know how much information I got that was really useful. Other than that, they're not close. At least the village isn't. This Roanoke place.
So then here comes the other thing. It could take weeks to catch up to him, and then we could be walking into an ambush.
Weeks to catch up. It's not going to. It may be to the group, to the rest of them, but not this one.
it's not that long since he left, is it? It's not
No,
going to
it's
take
only
us
within
weeks
the
to
hour.
find him.
At this point, yeah, it's less than an hour since he left. Yeah.
It might take us weeks to find Roanoke, but
All right, then I suggest if we're gonna go, we do it now.
and that is one of the things that we wanted to ask him. We wanted to ask him the whereabouts of Roanoke and how we get there. So
That's and that is he did say Roanoke was south weeks away. He didn't really have much in the way of like directions or anything else. Um, he did indicate that the shaman person, the caster person there, was sort of in charge.
yeah, but he must have some inclination of how to get home. And
Oh, I assume the hunter would. I mean, he seems to be the crafty one. The one with the exploding head, that he's the one that's didn't know a whole lot.
yeah, so if we can find the hunter, we'll at least be able to get more information from him, especially with detect thoughts and stuff. So it's worth a try, I think.
All right then.
But
Well, in
it's,
that
it's up
case,
to you. It's up to the group.
oh, so what's the consensus then? Who votes for what? So go, stay, Sorry, chase after him or stay and head home. I'm kind of hearing those two choices here.
I don't think heading home is in my mindset at all, frankly.
Okay. So chase after him. That's one.
Now, as eager as I am to get home, I think this definitely needs addressing first.
Yeah, trust me, my gun's going to be almost done by the time I get home. I'm quite looking forward to that. But that being said, complete agreement with Amethyst here.
So 2 for chase after him.
Yeah, I
Lucas,
think we need
Sora.
to track him down to stop him doing any more damage.
Okay.
Then we're going to track him down.
Okay. So as I said, Eldon will stay here helping people out. Barton will go with you, at least for tracking skills, being able to follow after the guy.
Wait,
Is
Eldon,
Barton still injured?
Hmm?
Barton's still injured.
He's okay. He's not limping or anything else. He took a hit. He had a healing potion, so he's all right.
Okay, good.
speaking of which, Eldon, are you sure you want to stay behind? Like, out of obviously Endgame, I know exactly why you want him to stay behind.
Yeah.
Because that way you don't have to worry about it. Because
Well,
obviously he's the only one really that he considers like that treats like me like even any kind of way, which granted is for a good reason, but like it's his closest thing to a friend he has within the group besides maybe Amethyst. So what he's wondering is he's asking him if he's sure he wants to stay behind.
I think that in terms of the situation here, if everyone able-bodied is leaving, then I can at least be here to deter and deal with things. My fire spells are quite effective against these little monsters. If any do show up, or if that one comes back around, I can at least be here to help stop them from causing any other problems.
Yeah, and
I,
it took all of us for that, for even a handful of them, for 6, maybe 7. What if it's a trap? What if there's an ambush waiting on you? We didn't check the area for more.
I, I, there's always a number of situations it could possibly be. We can always plan for the worst. I think with me here, at least, there'll be less of a problem. If you're hours and hours away and a bunch more show up, whether we moved on or stayed here, eh, we have all sorts of things that could be a problem. So
And
I think
Reese and Catherine are still going to be there, so they can heal and help. It's not like he's
yes,
completely alone.
All right, hold on. You know what you can
yep,
do.
yep,
That's good enough for me.
okay.
You want me to stay behind? You say the word.
I think your range capabilities in terms of hunting this thing down would be most effective.
In fact, it's preferred. I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Okay.
I won't kill this one
Thank you.
right away.
Okay. So then we have a consensus. We can gather everyone up who's going. Barton will be there with you with his tracking skills. Everyone else go ahead and gather up here at least. So we can, who's all planning to go? Darvel and Gina, along with Reese, Sora, Reese, Catherine, and Eldon will stay back kind of with the wagon with the people there. Eldon will also essentially pitch in to help repairs where he can, and obviously make sure that things are safe here. All right. So picking out the initial trail is not a problem. We'll go ahead and kind of do a group investigation / survival. We each everyone there, see if anybody makes any real breakthroughs. We'll go ahead and have. So
I'm gonna
yep.
cast healing word on myself before we set off. I am down
Okay.
hit points.
Also, can I
Okay.
do? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I do an animal check to see if I can get Kodo and Poto both to do a little get a scent on these? They have terrible vision, but they can smell really, really well.
Sure, go for
See
it.
if they can do to get a sniff on the blood just in case to help out.
Yep.
Part.
In fact, I'll go ahead and go one better here. They'll give you advantage by the helping action.
Awesome.
So yeah, they'll give you advantage in this check in your checks here. Yeah, sniffing along.
It's gonna be the 18 still.
Okay. So, okay. Yeah, so Eldon the, um, is happy for the connection at least. So a lot of good rolls there. You guys are able to make some pretty good time finding signs here, kind of spreading out a little bit. Um, Barton doesn't seem to be like any major help, although with you kind of pointing out things like that, you'll definitely get a pretty good trail here. With that, there's no way to tell exactly. I mean, this thing's got at least an hour head start total. Actually, probably half an hour. But you guys weren't talking for that long.
Right.
So yeah, about a half hour head start there. Uh, Again, you can't tell progress at least, but you are still following a trail there. This guy does seem to be pretty good. He's not like tromp through the snow. He's definitely hopping from logs and rocks and everything else like that, trying to break up his tracks. He's definitely not just leaving an easy trail to follow as he's moving along. But that may slow him down a bit too, at least as Barton kind of points that out. So give me another round of checks. Same thing, investigation or survival, whichever you wish.
Seriously.
Do the trollings move slower normally, naturally?
Not much. You seem to know that they actually move pretty fast, pretty fleet of foot there. Don't forget you do have advantage there with your little guys.
My
Well,
God.
that was a healing potion you did.
Yeah,
What
my
was that?
last one too.
Don't forget if you're not in combat, it's full the amount. You just get the full amount.
Oh, well,
You
I,
only roll if you're taking it as a bonus action.
I did not. Oh, that's right. You let us.
Yes.
Yes, I
Mhm.
like it.
If
I
you're
like
not in
it.
combat, if you're not in combat or you use a full action, it's the full amount.
So it's 10 hit
Otherwise, you roll
points,
for it.
right?
Yep,
It's
just
10
10
hit
points. Yep.
points, right? Yeah, for those. All right,
Mhm.
cool.
Yep. So Lucas and Amethyst, yeah, you definitely have picked up a good bit of the trailer. Let's see if he does. If Barton's got a good roll this time around. Pretty good. So yeah, between the three of you, you do manage to get a good sign there. At one point, you kind of see that he stopped and obviously had come across a small animal of some kind. There's um, a little bit of a blood spatter and from some kind of like either a fox or a hare or something like that, something that he came across. Um, there's signs that something was killed and at least partially eaten. You don't see a corpse or anything else left behind there, but you do see some blood in the snow and everything else. It definitely does not match the trolling blood, which you know is kind of a dark reddish, like almost a dark brown almost, instead of the bright red. Let's give one more set of checks there. Let's see if you guys from that point find a or still following the trail there. Same thing, focus.
Destination.
Okay. Yep. Or survival. Excellent.
Nah,
Excellent. Wow.
17. Not a
Okay.
bad natural roll.
Okay. You've been traveling for a good 2.5 hours at this point through the trees, tromping through the snow there. At this point, you guys have got things pretty well dialed in. You all have made some good checks and are spotting kind of the signs. This guy seems to be a little less careful now. He's leading a bit better of a trail as well because he seems to be in the clear. And so you're actually now finding a trail. It does seem to be bending a little bit to the east and starting to turn back south. You are able to catch that, so he's definitely is trying to double back there. Although he's gone quite a bit north and east, so he's not turning and going straight back where he came from. He's definitely gone quite a bit to the east. So he seems to be avoiding going back toward that village at least, but he is turning toward the south.
Um,
Um,
I've just realised my telepathic thing was only 5 miles. It was the line
okay.
spike I was thinking of.
All right.
Beyond
So
20.
you will lose, and let's see. Yeah, you will go. You will eventually get out of range of that. So at that point, you kind of feel the little disengage as you go beyond the 5 mile mark. You're probably a good at this point, probably about 8 or so miles away, based on moving through the trees and the snow and everything else. Let me do one more check. Let me real fast. There we go. Okay. So, based on you will see as you're following the trail, there is a spot, and at this point, it's getting toward. It's late afternoon. It's not quite sunset or anything else yet. It's definitely still the sun's still up in the sky there. It's about 4, maybe 4:30 or so at this point. You will spot. You do catch sight of almost like a little lean-to kind of things up there with like sticks and shrubs stuck together or anything else. It's a good probably 100 feet away at this point. And so, but you definitely see there's a little structure that's been assembled off in the distance, 100, 120 feet away. Um, and the trail definitely leads in that direction. Cool. Give me a perception check.
All of us?
This one, yep, everyone spotting this.
18. Damn, we're rolling really high on checks. Jesus. That is not a complaint, by the way. Let me just say.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you definitely. So Sora, you're kind of still looking. You find yourself kind of like at this point you're dialed into looking at the tracks, and you see the trail. You can see the footprints and everything else with this little guy, and so you're just kind of like your whole like attention has been toward the ground. The rest of you definitely can spot that little structure off in the distance there, but you don't see any movement. You don't see anything. Um, you don't see the presence of a trolling or anything else moving around in the area at the moment. So, what would you like to do?
Head towards it stealthily.
Okay. So you approach the structure, approach the lean-to. Go ahead and give me a stealth check to do so.
I like lean my coat back and draw my pistol.
Okay. Okay.
And I need to do a stealth check too because I'd be right there with Lucas.
You
Now,
can-
how
you-
close is Lucas to it? Sorry, I'd be a little bit of ways.
I mean, you're like I said, the lean-to is about 120 feet away at this point.
Okay, then yeah, I'll do it.
So it's a ways off yet. You can see it, but it's not. You're not like right up on top of it. Okay. So Lucas, it's a little tricky. Again, while you're not uncomfortable in the cold, you're still not used to tromping through snow. And so your footsteps are kind of slipping a little bit on rocks underneath the snow and catching twigs and stuff that are buried underneath the snow for the most part there. So you're having a hard time moving quietly. You're not like snap, 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 like clomping along there, but you're not stealthy either. Trevor, you're kind of like shadowing him a little bit there, a few steps back there, much more stealthy, obviously, but you definitely know he's not moving quietly. Sora and Amethyst, what do you want to do? You see these two moving up toward that little structure. Sora, now that people are moving in that direction, you see it too. It's this
I
little
want to
like
move
Yeah.
so that I'm about 60 feet away from it and wait to see if he turns up and get ready to cast if he is there.
I can take them
All right.
both down. I can put them both down right now without killing them.
I want to mind spike him so I don't lose him again.
Put them both down.
Potentially.
Mhm.
I can put
There's
one.
only one.
Oh, I thought. Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah. Let me see what Barton says here. Okay. So he just kind of settles his bow and he kind of moves into one of the scrubby little brush, somewhat covered in snow, and he kind of slips in behind it there, with a good view of everything. He does his longbow out, and he's just sort of like keeping tabs on things. And you guys are fairly certain that he's not going to be calling attention to anything, from his point. But he's got a good view of the whole field ahead of you. And so they basically a few scraggly trees, some snow drifts, and some scrubby bushes and stuff like that are covered in snow. But it's a fairly open area there. You get about so with this, you got moving 60 feet straight ahead, or moving off to the side, or what would you want to do? Just kind of all kind of picturing in our heads here.
I guess to the side. I'll try and get 60 feet away, but sort of out of the way.
Okay. Do you want? So give me a stealth check to see if you can move quietly into position.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Sora.
climb a tree. If
Okay.
there's
Give me a
there's
sure. Give me acrobatics check there to get up into a tree. How far away from the structure?
that was such a nat 20, but I get advantage on acrobatics anyway. Oh wait, no, I don't. That's not what
Okay.
happens at all. So never mind. No, I
Yeah.
don't. That's where,
It,
yeah.
if it wasn't covered in snow and everything else, it'd be a lot easier. Again, there's not a lot of good trees to climb in this area. They're kind of
You just see me like
sticky.
you just see me. Let me role play that. You see a branch like 10, like 5 feet ahead, like above me, and I'm just jumping with my little tiny halfling feet. Like, no, okay. I mean, I would keep trying even if I fell. Just
Sure.
FYI, like, yeah.
Yeah, you might you look for a better tree. So that one's a little bit the aren't enough branches to get up into it. So Sora, you see Lucas and Trevor heading off toward the structure there, trying to be stealthy. Amethyst moves off to the side, also not being very stealthy. Which way do you want to go, Sora?
How far away from it am I?
We're about 120 feet to start with. So
I will try to stealth, but I want to go directly into it.
it's going to go
Like I
straight
don't want
toward
to
it.
go off
Okay.
the side.
Okay. So you're kind of then kind of mirror like essentially you got Lucas and Trevor heading off toward the left. You have Amethyst kind of heading off toward the right, kind of there, and you kind of just straight down the middle. So go ahead and
Great.
give me a stealth check and see.
I'm not very stealthy, y'all.
Well, they aren't either right now, so it's not a problem. You're not in heavy armor anymore, are you?
Yeah, the
Oh,
bright
that's right. You're
chest
still in chain. Yes, that's right. Okay. So still, you did better than everyone but Trevor. Even with disadvantage. So you actually are moving. Essentially, you kind of do this like little shuffle step in the snow, where you're not like crunch, crunch, crunch. You kind of get into this rhythm of just shuffling your feet in this throw, and you're not kicking or stomping anything there. So you're moving fairly quietly. However, you can definitely hear both Amethyst and Lucas on either side of you making a little more noise than you are. So, um, uh, one more round of perception checks. Let's see if anyone spots anything new as you get as you it's your new vantage point. Okay. Um, all right. So, Trevor, you essentially you kind of been a little more preoccupied trying to find a good tree to climb in the area. So you're kind of like looking around and looking, oh, that's a good spot there. So you're a little more distracted than everyone else here. Snora, you will see you get as you move toward that little lean-to, that little structure that's been built there, a temporary thing like that. You will spot hanging on a little post stuck like a little stick that's been in the ground there, an actual what looks like to be like a rabbit or a hare kind of carcass is hanging there, and you actually spot the blood and the snow that's dripped down from the thing. It has been kind of essentially stripped of fur, and you see this little like obviously the little chunk of meat there, essentially right by the structure. Amethyst and Lucas, however, Lucas, as you kind of move into spot there, and Amethyst, where you are, you just barely catch out of the corner of your eye a figure, a little squat, green skinned figure, crouching about 35, actually about 40 feet from you. Lucas, from your vantage point, you catch the same thing as Amethyst. You kind of like you see Amethyst across the way. She looks off to her right, and you track her vision and see what she sees. Just behind a little scrubby like snow-covered bush, this little thing sitting there, and he's got a short sword in his hand. There's no other weapon that you can see he has, but he has it out there, and he's sort of like looking and peering intently, trying to and kind of looking back and forth.
Can I cast on it?
Um, Um, you definitely have. Since you spotted him, you can start us off here. Let me go ahead and
Yeah, I'm going to cast as well.
don't let me clear the turn order first. Alrighty, go ahead, and we'll just do initiatives. I think everyone's here. You can click on yourself there, and let me bring out. I'll bring him out just so I can see initiative for him.
I rolled a nat 20 on that, y'all.
Nice.
Okay, is that everybody? That's everybody. Okay. All right. So Amethyst, since he was waiting and you were waiting, he didn't. He saw you there. Go ahead and make your. We're gonna start with um, the bottom of the order essentially, as you have the first action in your position. Lucas, what was your plan?
I was going
Since
to
you
cast a
spotted
spell
him.
as well.
Okay, so both of you go ahead. Since you were, so we'll start in the bottom of the order, since you were the ones that spotted him. And so we'll start with Lucas and Amethyst. Both of you guys go ahead and cast your spells. Okay, so we have a whole person and a mind spike. Okay, we'll go ahead and Amethyst TC. Oh boy, where's my guy here? Let me make sure. Thought I had him open. There he is. Okay. Let me fix something real fast. That's not the right stat for him. Hey. All right, so that's fun. Go ahead and roll your damage there, Amethyst. Or did you already? I didn't see that. Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. It was 15.
Cool. So you see him kind of like wince as a spike of energy suddenly like hits the side of his head, and then the hold person hits him immediately after that. Let's see if that. Nope. So he's sort of like in this weird position like this, and then he locks and freezes into place.
So as long as he's on the same plane of his existence now, I'll always know his location.
Okay. All right, so now we go into full normal turn order. It is his turn to try to resist again. So he spends his whole turn fighting to get out of it and does not with a 10. So he's like forcing it, trying. He's like, you can see his whole body is looked like trying to move there, and he can't quite do it. So Sora, at this point, you see the flash of energy off to your right, and you turn to see the little goblin, trolling, sort of like staggered next to this little shrubbery there, and he's like in this weird little like side position of like and frozen in place. What would you like to do?
I'm going to go up and put manacles on him.
Okay, he's gonna um so it'll take you your moving your action and your move to get to him. So we'll say your manacles are out and they're basically they're at him right now.
Okay.
So you get up to him there. Your manacles are out there. You're kind of getting in position to do something there. Trevor, you can see at this point again the flashes of energy there. You see you're about 65 feet away or so from where he's at, about 70 feet away, just based on the angle you were moving at
Please don't
and
shoot
where
him
he
in the
was
head.
standing.
What's that?
Please don't shoot him in the head.
I shoot him in the foot.
Okay, try to shoot.
With a
Go for it.
sleeping pistol, or with not the sleeping pistol. With the I did not mean sharpshooter.
That's fine. You definitely hit him.
Yeah,
He is held
definitely
at
hit
this
him.
point. So
Yeah,
but it's well,
he's got the
so 6
manacles.
damage.
Yeah,
So 6 damage instead of there, and he's gonna make the con save against the poison.
right against the sleeping. That's my intention. That way, he's got manacles. We can just pop him on one of the horses or whatever we came on, and then just go. Actually,
Okay. So let me make his save. Let me give him his damage first. 6 and con save. Ooh. I think the DC was 13, so he does manage to like shrug off, but you can't really tell he is frozen in place at this point.
right.
But he doesn't seem to go unconscious at least. So you
Anyway,
definitely
actually-
see the bolt that does sink into his kind of his calf, Doesn't quite just above where his like little boots, his like thick furry boots are, and you sink it into the muscle right above that. And you can see him
All right.
sort of wince a little bit, but that's about all.
Okay. Well, I get a second attack, right?
Sure, you can shoot. You can shoot again.
I'm
Your
not.
crossbow, you can
I'm
shoot the
not.
same thing.
He's got manacles on him. Sora's already went up to put the manacles on him at this point, right?
Yeah, so
I'm gonna-
she's there.
I'm
literally
She's
just.
there, like getting ready to put him on.
I'm pissed. I pistol whip him and knock him out.
You are 65 feet. You're 70 feet away.
No, I. Oh wait, I was. Holy crap. Okay.
Yeah. So
Oh,
technically, you may have been
the map's not. Okay.
you may have been disadvantaged on that crossbow shot, but that's okay. Good. You were also advantaged because he was held. so
Yeah.
call it an even straight there. You definitely hit him. He resisted the poison.
We don't need to knock him out and take him anywhere. We just need to question him.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
so back-
Eldon wanted to question him, not.
Yeah,
us
if you have
specific-
questions
Yeah, I
lined
mean,
up,
you may
go
have
for
a few questions as well.
Eldon very specifically wanted to question him.
Eldon should have come with us then.
Also, Eldon's questions would have been 8 million questions, and you couldn't answer half of
Exactly,
them.
which is why I went ahead and went and shot the one dude to save him from the suffering of it.
That was kind of the problem, is he was just like bombarding him with
Mhm.
questions. The guy was just like,
Yeah.
That's why I was like, "Fuck this, quicker for you guys. Don't worry, you're welcome."
Yeah. So
Guaranteed to send you.
anyway, Lucas is you definitely can see. Yeah, he's about 40 feet from you, but you're definitely in range to be able. But he is still held at this point.
I'll just go
can't-
up to him to help
Okay.
Sora. Put the
Okay,
manacles
so
on.
you can go. So you move, and use your action to dash. You get right up to him there. So yeah, so you're able to get right up to him. Yeah. So
Obviously
if we can
disarm
kind of
him.
like put everyone. Yeah, we're kind of. So we'll put Sora, you're right up there. Just relative positioning here, we're kind of like this. And then he's back here. So, all right. And you can see that Barton basically, as you guys are moving in place there, Barton just was like, it's all clear. No one else around. And he's like just kind of scanning around there, keeping an eye, making sure nobody else is approaching at this point. So you got into position there, Lucas, there to help out Sora. Amethyst, do you want to do anything else? You definitely have the tether to him right now. The mind spike tether.
I'll go a bit closer. I don't need to get too close.
Okay. So you're not in melee range, but you're within 20 feet or so. That's pretty much your move. You can still have an action if you want to do anything else action wise.
No, I'll just get ready to cast detect thoughts when the others start questioning him.
Okay. I mean, you can cast that now if you want, just to have it in place. Doesn't. Okay. So it is his turn. He will try to break out one more time. No. Okay, there's that natural one. Awesome. So yeah, he just like completely lets like, and he may as well be a statue at this point. He's not moving. His whole body is rigid. He's not going anywhere. Sora, you're able to go ahead and clamp some manacles on him. Essentially, he's not a statue. You can just grab him and maneuver him around. He just can't physically move his body right now. So he can't even resist as you put the manacles on him. And we'll go ahead and drop out of initiative because he is at this point helpless and bound. Trevor, as you look into the little shelter he built there, it's obviously hastily constructed. There's not really any gear in it. Everything he has is on him, essentially. You do see the rabbit carcass there. That's there. There is a stuck in the snow a little bit. There is the remains of the pelt that was taken off and some chunks of meat wrapped in that pelt. It's kind of stuck in that pelt there. But there's no other belongings here because everything else he has on his body.
I'm gonna grab the rabbit then, and at least feed it to him.
That's actually exactly what I was going to do. Okay.
Okay. So you have him. You manacle everything else that. So you guys can kind of get in position there. Do you want drag him over to the shelter where the animal rabbit is, and the spell wears off. He's now bound and somewhat struggling, and he realizes just kind of slumps and sees the fact that he's completely surrounded, and just just
I can't talk
sinks
to him
in on
because I don't
himself.
know his language, but I can hold the rabbit up to his face.
Well, there is
Yeah.
one person that can talk to him. If you would like to know any questions, now would be the time.
There's two that can talk to him.
I can
Oh,
speak
good.
to
Let
him.
that person do it then.
Like, no, I'm just saying, because the amethyst also speaks halfling,
Oh, there you go. She knew the questions
so.
anyway.
And the amethyst has detect thoughts, so you can go ahead and since you do speak his language, you can start messing with him as much as you want. So, what do you want to know?
Why are you here?
Okay. Go ahead and give me just a general either intimidation with advantage. You have meant just to see how
Can I assist her?
she's already has advantage because essentially you're all assisting her technically right now because the situation is assisting her. So yeah. So
It'd be
yeah,
nice to roll a
he's
bloody double figure.
yeah. I mean, he's just and you see him. He kind of growls slightly, and in halfling just says, "Left to find food. Left the village." And you actually, since you have detect thoughts here, surface thoughts kind of pop up in there as well while you're asking the questions. And some of the thoughts that immediately pop into view is the fact that you get some flashes of conflict and arguing from the village. You can see flashes of kind of rundown buildings, not primitive huts, actual like structures that are falling apart, poorly maintained. But there's others around in this, and there's definitely arguments happening. You're not hearing like conversations or anything else in this surface thought, but you're definitely seeing some conflicts happening around this rundown, falling apart village.
Right.
Yeah, he's like, need food. Left with yeah, some weird growly sound there that you. And when he says that, you get a flash of the shaman that you
The
guys fought.
spellcaster, yeah. I guess that's who he meant.
To find. Yes. So obviously that was his name. So, what
Does
else you want?
anybody else have any questions? Like they
Yeah.
obviously I can
I think
translate for anybody except
Yeah. So
Trevor.
you can just relate what you're saying and what his responses are. So
asking
anybody
where he
else
was
wants to
going.
ask something, go for it.
Asking where he was going.
Yeah, where were you going? Why did you come this way?
You were to the south. I wanted to get around and go another direction. Essentially, he would have had to run past you to go south. So he
Yeah.
ran north. He said he ran around, essentially. You get the idea he's actually somewhat intelligent compared to some of the other ones. The last guy, definitely more than the last guy you talked to. He
Yeah.
actually is speaking in decent sentences, although he's a little bit primitive in the words he chooses. He's not, because the rest of the trollings are basically intelligence 5, barely above animal intelligence, really. Um, but this guy seems to be a lot more going on. Again, his thoughts essentially what he says, just trying to escape.
Okay.
I'll
Asking
ask
where the
him.
village is.
Oh, sorry.
Asking where the village is.
That was going to be my next question. Where is Roanoke?
And you see, he actually kind of like is shocked when you say Roanoke, because like, from that place, you get the image of the village you guys were just at. Uh, 2 weeks travel south east-ish. I mean, he's like, it's not a really precise direction, so but it's sort of the imagery you get is just sort of southeast about 2 weeks by their travel. So you don't know, you probably could make it faster if you were mounted or not dealing with a larger group of people.
Do I get any images of it when he's?
Oh, the village itself? Again,
Yeah.
that rundown village, that rundown buildings and such. Give me a Do you want to probe deeper? Do you want to
Yeah,
dig? Okay, dig
Yeah,
deep.
she
Okay.
does.
always.
And that's
I know
and
it.
that's a wisdom save, right? I don't see the spell. So is that wisdom save to dig deep? Doesn't matter. He rolled a 7. Um, yeah, you start getting deeper into thoughts there, and so you get more flashes of the village itself. Again, it's not large. It's probably about maybe a dozen, 2 dozen buildings or so. Some completely fallen apart, some somewhat maintained, but it's obviously been there a long time. The wood is kind of cracked and shrunk in a lot of places. The roofs are poorly maintained, but it definitely is a fairly established village. Um, you will see one image of that, probably one of the he kind of flashes back to, is a larger central, almost like a barn kind of thing. And you see that image fairly um, prominent in his memories that he's recalling as you're talking about Roanoke itself. There's images of a kind of a large, definitely larger than, not essentially large for a halfling, probably about 5 feet tall, as opposed to 3 to 3.5 feet tall that the rest of these guys are. But about 5 feet tall, much more like very round, still greenish skin, still that troll-like features, but much larger. And he's got like various like trinkets and furs and uh, he's obviously a person of importance. At least they're think maybe chief of some kind. He is uh, you see him just kind of, you don't hear again the hearing words so much in this one here, but there's definitely a crowd of people surrounding him and him kind of like yelling and pointing at all of them. And he's standing in front of this like big structure, this barn-like structure. Definitely, it's one memory you kind of delve into. Again, thinking about Roanoke, that's kind of a prominent memory. Um, and you get the impression too that that was a fairly recent memory of that place.
So tell me about your chief.
Idiot. And ran us out of food. That.
I knew this was going to be an Uncle Scar situation.
And he, the images you get then digging deep again like that is essentially this guy not concerned. Like everything's going to be fine. We'll get what we need. There's the it's always going to be there. And when you get the always going to be there, you get image of people eating like chunks of greenish flesh, that green meat that you saw before.
Mm-hmm.
And then people looking around, not eating. And obviously, some people getting, there are some people looking on the verge of starvation by the look of it. People getting kind of desperate. Um, and that leads into some conflicts of the shaman, that they're taking a group of people and leaving. Other smaller parties leaving the village.
I'm going to say to the others, I think if we try and get rid of this guy who's in charge of Roanoke, we might be able to stop them from coming out and attacking other people if they can get things back on track. Because it's a recent thing, isn't it, that they've started coming out and attacking other villages and stuff.
Well, no, not necessarily. It's a recent thing they've come this far.
Okay.
It's not. I mean, where did they get the meat from before? They probably attacked the villages nearer.
Yeah, they could have easily, just as easily, in fact, maybe even more so, hunted animals closer
Do
to
we
them.
know where the green meat came from?
Do you ask him that?
Yeah.
Okay. This brings a very old memory. And you start to realize that, kind of like thinking back to this guy's not young. Like the amount of memories that are stored in this little thing's head, while a lot of them are fuzzy and sort of glossed over, there's a lot of memories. And you get a very old memory of a winter much colder than this, snow everywhere, thick on the ground. And there's an image of a party of little halflings, actual halflings, approaching a large pond, and the pond frozen over, but stuck in the pond on the edge is a troll. It's one of its leg completely submerged and stuck in this pond, and the halflings running in to attack it. Another memory a little later on of what's in the barn, and it's the lumpy, misshapen remains of a troll.
Is that why it's green?
And why it squirms and grows back.
Gross. Right.
And then memories of the villagers changing, becoming less like halflings, more greenish skin, longer claws, rattier looking hair, teeth, the red eyes. Over time, them changing into the trollings they are now.
I wonder
And you
if
sort
it's
of picture,
vegetable.
you sort of realize this, and give me a intelligence check, or yeah, intelligence. This is an intelligence check to see. Okay, you know it's a long time. You can't really get an idea of exactly how long, but it's been a long time. And then, as you discuss, and as Trevor and Lucas both mentioning attacking other places, other and finding meat and finding animals, attacking with that, you realize it suddenly hits you. The town of Mountain View was attacked by trollings. Could very well have been. And that was over 200 years ago. There are no towns or villages in that region anymore. There's just the ruins of that place. And you remember that the story told you by Weldon Benzinger, the shopkeeper back in town, of his ancestor who left the town of Rolling Oak, and an ancestor who started a shipping company in Port Oris, a little shipping business in Port Oris, finding the ruins of Mountain View, and his family putting the pieces together. That the Mountain View, the scratching of Rowan Oak on the door. His theory being that Rowan Oak is meant Rolling Oak, the village, the halfling village that was inland from Mountain View.
This is all crazy. These are basically halflings that have just eaten some troll and changed.
Not just
A lot.
Troll. Not just eating some troll. Been eating troll for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if you can reverse it, they die of old age.
But what happened to the troll? Why did it?
It keeps regenerating. It's still there.
They
So why are they
carve
coming
off.
out and looking? Why are they coming out looking for more food then?
Because someone's been greedy and probably eaten all the troll.
So that's what I mean.
What do you mean?
Well, you said that it keeps regenerating. They can't regenerate if they've eaten all of it.
Lucas, give me a nature check.
So what if we get another troll? We know where there is one, right?
Oh no, it's dead. It's very dead. Yeah, you know. I mean, you do know trolls regenerate. You don't know. You're not sure how long trolls live. There's it's
Wait a
not really.
minute.
Well,
We have another. I have a suggestion.
What's that?
None of you are going to like it. Amethyst might. The idea even upsets me a little. But what if we find one alive and I look over at him, hint, starve it for a little while and see if it reverts back?
What if it just dies of starvation? Why would I like that?
I'm just saying you might like the idea.
We've just found out that these guys used to be halflings.
Right. What I'm saying, it took, well, you did say it took over like 200 years for it to happen, though, right?
probably. I mean, in terms of the memories, it didn't take 200 years to turn into this.
Right.
It took probably decades, maybe 30, 40, 50 years to turn into this, and they've been doing this ever since.
Okay, so they've been
The majority of this
feeding on
guy's
trolls.
memories are being a troll. Yeah.
Okay. So is it safe to assume that they're feeding on trolls this entire time?
That's the green meat.
Yeah, starve them. I'm guessing, I mean, I've survived off food for a week. I know you can. I don't know, that's a lot of
What
work.
are you hoping to achieve?
See if he reverts back any of his things. We might be able to clear out this whole race without killing anyone. Give them minuscule amounts of food. Or hell, even give them food. Don't let them have any more troll meat at all.
Yeah, but
Keep this one with us.
They're over 200 years old. Halflings don't live that long.
If we revert it, they could instantly die.
Then we're no worse off than we were before.
But we experimented on a person or a trolling to figure that out. We let someone die. Now, I'm not a scientist by any means,
Well, I don't.
but it doesn't
go ahead.
sound right to me.
Or we could shoot him where he stands. I'm assuming you all aren't on board with letting him go.
You do have the ability to
Eldon
get
had
mercy at this
some
point.
questions too for him, so I'd like to take him back to Eldon.
Nice.
Yeah. He's definitely at your mercy at this point. He's not going anywhere.
Well, even still, like, oh, go ahead, Lucas.
Ask him if he's got. Are there any children in the village?
Okay, I'll ask him.
You don't know. You don't see any memories of children.
So they're just the original halflings in the village.
So there aren't any more. It's just.
The idea still applies. What if we take him back to Eldon, like Sora suggested, everyone suggested, in fact, which is what I wanted to do anyway, which works out really, really well. We see what Eldon thinks about my idea. It's not starving him, by the way. It's just not letting him eat troll meat at all, not the green meat. Wait a couple of weeks, keep him alive, and see what happens.
But they've run out of troll meat weeks ago, and they're traveling around eating other things like people.
Yeah.
So that's not gonna. You're not going to undo decades worth of changing over a few weeks of starvation.
No, that's accurate. Let's take him back to Eldon, like you said, and then because clearly he's not going anywhere right now, and go from there.
Okay.
As you guys watch, you will notice that as you're talking and discussing that, pretty much all the damage that you put into him does heal. And over the course of 15 minutes or so, he's fully healed.
I will make sure that he knows that I've got Mind Spike on him.
Yeah. And that lasts how long again? Let me see here. Up to an hour. So yeah, you definitely have more time there with it. So yeah, you still have that tether with him as well, and he's just sort of like confused about the idea. Like, well, all right, I can't go anywhere. I mean, he's just sort of like at this point. I mean, he seems to be again healthy. Um, he's yeah. You fed him some of the rabbit meat there, and he ate it. Not a problem. But yeah, he's at this point his wounds are fully healed, but he's still shackled, and he's not obviously
Yeah.
not going anywhere at this point.
I just want to make sure that he knows that if he does escape and he gets away, he won't be getting away again, because they'll
At
just
one
damage him
point,
with
just to
fire
say
next
it would
time.
happen, he does kind of try to make a break for it, and he's surprisingly strong. But yeah, between you all and Sora being as strong as you are, you just kind of yank back on the rope attached to the manacles, and he just kind of gets pulled back there. But you're shocked when he goes to pull away. He does. He's quite a bit stronger than a typical halfling would be. Definitely more than normal human. Not as strong as Sora though.
So we can either go there, find a troll for them to eat, and get rid of the guy that's in charge, or we can just go there and kill them all.
We all know what a troll is, don't we?
Yeah,
I have fought many trolls.
we saw one, didn't we?
Yeah. So
Trolls
what would
are
you
the
do if it came up against a village of trolls?
What?
Would you feed them or would you just wipe them out? You'd
I'll
wipe them
probably
out.
get rid of them.
Exactly.
Well, I was just thinking of containing it. That's all. They've obviously been there a long, long time.
And wiped out every village in the area.
All right.
There's
Well,
no people around there.
okay.
I shoot one in the head when it's laying down. I get in trouble, but you want to massacre the
I
entire race.
wanted to
Okay, no,
question
that's
him.
No problem shooting him after we've questioned him.
Exactly.
Can I?
Yeah,
Question
Bart-
first.
Wait, can
Martin
I?
is just like,
You didn't know?
Martin
I
is
didn't know.
like, I thought we were chasing this guy down to find out more information. So
I think we
I
found
mean,
out quite a
Let
bit,
Eldon
didn't we?
question him first.
Yeah, we've got more information.
didn't you say you want to take him back to Eldon? That's his
I mean,
name, right?
That was just to run the idea by him. I mean, I don't think Eldon has any other questions that we wouldn't have already asked, right?
We can take him back to Alden if you want. We should probably go and make sure he's okay.
But we need to make sure this one, if we're going to kill him, then at least, how do y'all want to go about doing this?
Oh,
I
you're
don't-
the expert.
I don't plan on killing him. If Eldon wants to speak to him and he does speak to him, I think
Eldon
after
had his
that we can
opportunity to
talk.
come to us. He chose to stay behind. I think it's too not worth the reward of taking him back there. Because who knows what we might find on the way back.
Well, if you're going to kill him anyway, you might as well just do it.
I'm going to telepathically link, because I can talk to anyone telepathically that I share a language with.
Mhm.
I share a language with him.
Yeah.
And Sora's already, or not Sora, shit. Amethyst is already telepathically linked, so she can't understand what I'm saying to him, right?
I'm not.
Not that it
No.
wouldn't matter, but like he wouldn't be, she wouldn't know that I'm,
what she has. Yeah, it's fine.
yeah. Right. Well,
Go ahead,
I'm
tell
just curious because it wouldn't matter anyway. But I was just going to say, what do you want the best result to be? What do you want the best outcome to be?
And he kind of looks confused by it for a moment there, and you guys see the little trolling like brow furrows from one like cocks his head a little bit. Survive. Live.
My friend, I think you know you're past that point.
And at that point, let's just go ahead just to see what happens here.
Oh, I'm up there. I don't mean to. Yep. Up there.
Go ahead and roll an initiative check.
Initiative? Wait, what? A
Yep.
nature check, you said?
Just you.
Okay. Guess what? Oh, it automatically makes me do it. That's cool. I didn't know that because I rolled a 1, so it made me re-roll it automatically. That's really
Nice.
cool. I thought I had to do that because I was about to be like, nah, I get to re-roll that, and it just made me do it again.
Okay, so Trevor, you see
Yeah.
him kind of look at you, and you say we're past that point. He then, okay, let's look at here. You see the kind of little flash in his eyes as he lunges and jumps at you.
Nice, good.
Teeth bared, like he's gonna bite you.
Which means
Do
Sora
I
Um,
gets
have
an
him
opportunity
hold it?
attack as soon as he does it.
So essentially, you have him manacled, and I think you're holding on to him. That he flips around there. It's just sort of a flash of a thing there. So essentially, he's got this. The two of them are kind of looking at each other. He kind of got there looking at him. So we'll see what happens after this first little initiative. This
I have a
first little
question
thing,
for you.
surprise action here. Yeah.
Just how it works, just for my levity in the
Mhm.
future. I'm only technically the one in initiative with them, right? So if he was to leave the combat range of them, would they get an opportunity attack, or is that not how that works?
Essentially, this is happening in a surprise round.
Okay.
This is before everyone else to see what happens.
Keep in mind, my gun
Basically-
was drawn too, so yeah.
Yeah, you're not there. So basically, he does that, and you essentially beat him in initiative, so you can take your shot if you want to go ahead and shoot him. He is going to try to bite you.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna shoot him a lot.
I assume so.
I'm gonna shoot him a whole lot. I'm gonna at least try to, and I'm just far enough away. Because technically, I get 3 attacks.
You get 2 attacks with
2 attacks with the pistol, and then I get another
Again, this
attack.
is a surprise round. You don't get
Oh, yeah.
you don't get action, bonus action, move in a surprise round.
You're
It's
right.
a boom. Oh god. I'll let you pull a trigger twice, but yeah, it's just sort of like what's going to happen here, and then. Oh, okay. So essentially, you shoot, and it just kind of clips him in the chest, but he manages to hush and just bite onto your arm, essentially, as you kind of pull back there. You can shoot him again.
hmm
How close
Ryan?
is Trevor to her?
It's
Yeah,
all right
sure.
happening right in front of you. This is all. So essentially, what's going to happen is you're going to all go. I'm going to ask you what you do with him in response to this.
I still have a hold of him though, right?
Sure. You can yank him back, whatever you. So essentially, what do you want to do with him after this happens? If
Okay.
shot goes off, he gets blasted. He takes a chunk of 9 damage to Trevor as he bites into your arm.
And I still get that second attack, right?
Sure, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna take it.
And then essentially, what do you do?
Attack him.
I'm going to
I mean-
wait for Trevor to do his next thing, and then my reaction will go off.
Okay, like I said, this is not an initiative order. You're going to finish him off.
Yeah.
Or you're.
I look-
I assume you're going to. So tell me what you guys do
What
in the round following this.
what I would do at this point, I don't know what everybody else plans on doing. Clearly, he attacked me first
Sure.
without minimal provocation, so he's gonna die. I said
you told him
minimal.
he's going
I
to
said
die.
Minimal.
You're like,
Yeah,
no
well-
provocation. You told him in his mind that he's past this. He's going to die.
Fair enough. You win.
So he just like
okay.
fine.
But as far as the
Regardless
rest
of
of us
that-
know, none of us know
And yeah,
that he was
Exactly. No, you're like, holy crap, because he was just kind of like peaceful, and then Trevor looked at him. He cocked his head, looked at Trevor, and then like lunged at him and bit. So,
Well, they
in
all
the-
said he wasn't
after
going to
this
live anyway.
happens,
So yeah.
After this happens, there, what do the rest of you do? Let's go. So, in
attack.
response to him attacking, how do you attack him?
Chromatic orb.
Okay, just blast him, fire. Okay.
Before she does it, I just want to make a little quip. I was like, I hope you enjoyed your last meal. Too bad it couldn't have been the rabbit. And then yeah.
Yep. So go ahead. I mean, you have advantage. So you're going to chromatic orb. Lucas, what are you going to do?
I'll just stab him.
Stab him. And Sora, how about you?
I'm throwing him
You're going to throw him out of the way? Okay.
because I can't willingly, as a paladin, stand there and let people attack a defenseless creature in my arm. So
Oh.
I will be throwing him.
Okay. So essentially, stab, a shot. He's obviously not defenseless because he just bit
Right.
Trevor's arm for 9 damage. I mean, he's not. You have him partially
he
restrained.
cannot defend himself against anything else.
I show her my arm at this point. Yeah, about that.
Okay, so essentially he gets blasted by some fire, stabbed, shot, and you pull him back out of the way. And you just kind of like, and just kind of like, at this point he's just on the ground, smoldering, and he's not quite dead. You can see he's just kind of like kind of limp there, just kind of.
What kind of
starts
damage? What kind of
Hmm?
damage is chromatic orb, by the way?
Well, I assume you're gonna do fire, right? Yeah. Well,
Do you want me
you
to
want to go ahead
cast
and
it?
roll your 3d8?
Nope.
Hmm?
I'm going to roll 5d8.
Why?
Oh, you upcast
okay,
it?
go for
Oh,
it.
God. Oh.
I love you. I love you so much. You just did my damage like in 2 attacks.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, I mean, and you have
Oh,
advantage because he's restrained, not going anywhere. So roll that again.
I don't like how it makes me re-roll that. By the way, can I just say that?
You can probably change that in the settings.
Do you want me to just roll a 20?
Sure, that's
Oh.
fine.
Damn it.
I mean, with your bonuses, that's enough to hit. Yeah. So you rolled a 10 plus.
Plus 8, yeah.
Yeah, plus
Yeah.
your ace. Plenty of damage.
Oh, yeah.
So you hit him for 24 damage there. And then you were stabbing him, Lucas. Go ahead and make your stab.
Damn, that thing's still alive after that.
Well, we'll see.
Holy.
So you did a total of 25, 40. Yeah. Yeah. So essentially, yeah, you pull him back, sword. He kind of collapses, like, and he's smoldering on fire. He's dead. I mean, without anything else done, he's going to die at this point.
No, is he still on fire?
He's not burning because he's got hit by a chromatic orb. He's not set on fire by it.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to
So
him.
he's not going to regenerate.
Okay.
So effectively, he's just lying there limp, groaning. If nobody does anything, he will just die. So Sora, you kind of see all that happen at once here. You yank him back out of the way. He hits the ground, hits the snow, kind of over back, basically back next to, back a little past you, and he's there on the ground. So kind of a second round of actions here. Who's going to do what?
Trevor. Finish him.
Okay, I'm so glad you said that. I love you so much, Bernie. All right, so this is going to be a little callback to me and Jim. He's going to know exactly what's going to happen here. I am going to light my clove cigarette because I don't smoke in real life. I hate smoking, but he does, so it's like just clove herbal cigarette. And I have that little like old school like Zippo lighter. I doused him in my oil from my cask.
Okay.
I flick the cigarette on him as that happens and walk away.
Sora, you see that happening. You see him pull the oil out.
I am
Again-
going to be using a reaction to stand between him and Trevor.
Okay.
Can you occupy the same space?
I mean, obviously she can step in front of you because she pulled him back away from you, and so she steps in front of you as you pull your oil out to go douse him with oil. This like collapsed person on the ground there.
I thought you
So-
might just shoot him in the head. I didn't know you were going
I
to.
want to make sure that, as far as what I've seen, Jim just told us that he's not going to regenerate. We know that they regenerate. I would not know that just
He
because
got hit by fire.
damage.
He got hit by fire.
Right.
Yeah, you know trolls don't regenerate if they get hit by fire.
You saw me hit him with fire. We've done
Okay,
this.
at all.
Yeah.
Basically, I
use
thought
yeah.
they had to be killed with fire or they would regenerate. Okay.
Well, essentially,
unless they take a lot of like an extreme amount of damage or something.
so how it works is when you get hit by fire damage, the next round when you normally would regenerate, you don't. Now, if you're at 0 hit points, then you just die. So the idea is that when it comes back around to his turn, essentially, it would be he would just die because he got hit by fire damage. He's not going to regenerate. He's at 0 hit points, so he's on the ground groaning. you guys had a chance to do something,
So is Sora
and so
when I finish him, when I put him out of his misery, because that's what he's in right now, is Sora jumping in or just because I covered him in oil? Because
Sora stepped up as you pull out your flask to go douse him with oil. She stepped in front of him, so she blocked you from doing that.
I'll set my cask to the side, my flask, and see if she steps back.
Do you put your flask aside?
I'm not. I'm letting you know that I'm not setting him on fire.
Do I see you pull out a weapon?
Nope.
He still has his gun in his hand, essentially. Did you holster it?
I will not shoot him. Well, I look up at Sora, straight to her face. Feel free to make a deception check. I give you my word, I will not light him on fire or shoot him.
Why are you protecting him?
It's not so much protection as it is in my head. He is defenseless. His arms are bound.
Okay, I will ask.
He's not that defenseless. He's just taking the chunk out of Trevor's arm.
But we don't know if it was provoked or not. They were staring at each other.
Anyway, are you standing down, Sora, or are you not standing down?
I will be standing to the side.
As far as we were concerned, it's not provoked.
Either way, just let me. I'm going to keep my word to Sora because I would never lie to her directly. Although I'm not entirely sure she hasn't lied to us. And I will put my gun away with the cantrip. Just make it vanish. I will put the flask down.
You kind of.
Oh, we're.
So
and that's going to be with advantage because he's tied down and everything else,
you're
right?
Gonna step past her and stab him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I mean, I didn't break my word. I said I wouldn't shoot him or light him on fire.
So he pulls out his rapier and goes to stab him.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to step past her to do that. So you go around her to get to him.
Yep.
Okay. So you.
I didn't break my word.
Sure, but you're also going to kill him, and she's obviously protecting him. So there is that.
So she'd rather him just. You'd rather him bleed out here and die in front of us.
I mean,
he was on his next turn, and on his turn he would have died anyways. You were just exacerbating.
We wouldn't have known that he was. No, we would still be attacking him.
So, sequence of events. He lunged at you. You shot him. He bit you. You shot him again. He collapsed. He got blasted by a fiery orb. He got stabbed by a short sword. Sora yanked him back out of the way, and so he's now and then stepped in front of him essentially. Between you and him, as you go to pull your flask out in the next turn essentially. So this all kind of happens all here. So while this is happening between Sora and Trevor, Lucas and Amethyst, what do you do? So Barton's just kind of like standing back there quietly, just like watching. Bo's kind of put away at this point.
I just really don't understand why I'm being vilified here by her when we all literally just attacked her with the exception of Sora.
I just hit him with a firebolt.
Do you shoot him?
Okay. You gonna step in front of that too, Sora?
Well, I mean, you're off to the side there, so essentially you.
No, he's pissed. He's mad.
No, actually, yeah, he's on the ground, prone. Still, you're at disadvantage, but that's okay. Yeah, you just blast some damage into him there. Is that to hit, or is it fire damage? I don't see a hit roll on that. That's fine. That's the damage. I don't see it to hit roll. That's weird.
Sorry, I forgot to do it, but there you go.
Okay. Oh my god.
I
yeah.
think,
So essentially, yeah. So so you literally, Sora, you step in front of him there. Amethyst is sitting on the side there. She just and little firebolt just hits him, and the body just sort of like shudders one last time and stops moving. And essentially, obviously burned from multiple spots there. One kind of burned hole like straight through the chest, and sort of set up there. Just basically, yeah, the whole chest kind of opened up slightly, and smoking. So he is definitely gone.
So glad I didn't just shoot him, huh?
Okay.
They are evil creatures, Sora.
Very.
They are evil creatures and also cannibals.
We also bound him to talk to him,
And we
fed
talked
him
to
as
him,
though
and then
we
he.
were going to. We fed him as though we were going to do this nicely, and then all of a sudden, he got into a staring contest with Trevor, and he lunged at him.
Right. Correct. And the
And
last
he
Right
time
at
we
you,
We were questioning him,
then
and he attacked one of us.
we don't know what happened. They were
you
staring at each
watched
other.
him attack me, right?
I
Yeah.
get real quiet and I start to walk away, headed back to the village.
And plus, not only that, while Sora's going out, I'll turn around and look at Lucas and Amethyst at this point. And she literally didn't raise a finger to stop that from happening. And she's not the only one that fed him. I did too. And I show up my arm again.
Like, you stopped Trevor from attacking him, but you didn't stop him from attacking Trevor. You took a
Or
big
you
chunk
didn't
out of his
stop
arm.
Amethyst from attacking, or Lucas for that matter. Lucas stabbed him.
Also not there.
We
Yeah,
all
she's
attacked him.
she's walking away at this
Started
point.
walking away, so she would still hear us at this point. I
Oh,
still
wait,
hear
well,
You're saying this to her back as she's walking away.
she walked away. We're obviously going to follow her because we're not going to let the party just split like that. And God knows what could come out of the woods at Sora while she's on her own. So we'll stay with her, even if she doesn't want us to. Still, we're still friends.
I'm gonna go back.
Even if
And,
she's not
I'm
speaking
gonna,
to us now.
I'll let her go around and they'll figure that out because I frankly am not that interested in it, sadly. But I'll go make sure that the hunter's okay, her friend.
He's totally fine. He was just standing back the whole time. You saw him. He was just kind of standing back, like, watching him. Put his bow away, just like watching what was going on.
Yeah, I just realized how long we've left him alone and didn't know he was the only one out here just in case. Yeah,
He was right there with you. He didn't.
Yeah.
I got you.
He walked up. He walked up while you guys were had him there, and so he was standing there too. Sora, point of clarification. Then, so did you leave your manacles? Leave your manacles on him when you walked away?
I did. I have extras.
Okay, no problem. So
We'll
Trevor,
take
yeah.
them
So
off then,
he's
can't we?
Yeah, I'll take the manacles off him.
okay. So you undo the manacles and take them off.
What if he tries
You
to
see,
escape?
he is completely, utterly
know.
dead at this point.
I was
So, I mean,
I was being very facetious. Yes.
yes. You see, his short sword is actually on the ground over where he got originally held. Essentially, he was. So you do find it's a okay quality short sword, a pretty much normal quality short sword, nothing special about it. Um, uh, on his body, he's got pouches there. He does have a little more in the way of like stuff in his pouches. In terms of like twine and stuff he would use for like tying snares and stuff like that. He is a hunter, and so things you would need for hunting. He does have a small skinning knife tucked into his belt as well. That's basically designed for that's like we did there. You skinned the hair and was stripping off meat from it there. So that's what you find amongst him and his stuff there. He does have a quiver that has some short arrows, short bow arrows. They're very crude. But there's obviously no bow. He's left it behind. Other than that, nothing much on him. And we take the long walk back. You're able to, with Barton's help especially, able to move through the trees fairly easily. You can kind of take a more direct route because you kind of went up and around. So getting back will only take you about an hour, hour and a half maybe. As the crow flies, you're about, I think I said about an hour and a half walk. So you, is it a quiet walk back?
I'll be talking.
Okay.
Can't stop me off. I'll even talk to Sora, try and see if she'll speak to me.
No, I'm still mad.
Okay.
I wouldn't be talking to anybody because I might say something.
I'll just walk behind them with the other two and the hunter.
So, but Barton essentially does kind of take the lead there, and he kind of looks at you, Sora, and just kind of gives a little nod of like, I get it, kind of thing. Um, and then just kind of like continues the path and walks along with you guys there.
Fucking paladins, man.
So you're able to get back into the village. At that point, there things aren't. I mean, there's obviously the building has burned down to just smoldering ruins at this point there, and people they've kind of like done what they could to make sure it isn't going to go anywhere. Um, and Eldon obviously has helped with that. As you can see, there's definitely the fire's been put out where it can be. The inn itself, they repaired sort of, they're sort of working on replacing some roof tiles and such that had burned and so making sure that structurally it's okay. Um, and so with Reese and Gina and the others able to kind of get in there and hold up new struts and pound in some new shingles and such in places. The inn is obviously gone. There's still like damage, but it's not like there's not gaping holes in the roof or anything else. Other than that, the bodies of the trollings that have all been there have been essentially gathered up and tossed on the smoldering near the smolder, essentially a little bit of a pyre set up next to the burned out building, and um, they're all been taken care of essentially. The other bodies are all wrapped up in tarps and laid out, kind of back behind one of the buildings over here, where they'll be dealt with in whatever way they need to. Eldon, looks like you all were you successful? Did you find out information? Did you didn't bring him back with you? So I hope that you were able to find him and question him and find out more that we didn't know. Oh,
As
there's
he's asking a question, I'll just point backwards toward the rest of the group.
sure.
I'll fill Alden in on what I got from the
Ah,
detect thoughts as well as obviously the answers that he gave us.
oh, fascinating. So it was a I'm amazed that they live so long. This such a strange property of troll meat there that it can do not only transformative aspects there, but the longevity of life and everything else as well. I mean, we've always assumed that effectively trolls are immortal, really, because they never really age and their intelligence levels. And he just sort of like rambles off, kind of in rambles off information there. Uh, Sora, the hunter, just says, kind of waves you over to the inn. Come on inside. Get drinks and stuff in here. You can relax. And the rest of Reese and Catherine are happy to see you there, and they call you over. They're actually sitting at a table over near kind of the hearth. Call you over there, and Barton goes with them. Essentially, just um, if you need anything else, let me know. I got. I'm gonna take care of some folks around here and see if there's anything I can do. But um, I mean, for what it's worth, I understand. But I'm glad that thing isn't gonna hurt anybody else. And he sort of,
Nod and just
I
kind of
mean,
stare into my ale.
sure. He does wander off there, and as you see, he does start talking to some people there. One of the people, one of the younger women working at the inn there, he does spend a little more time talking with. As you can see, she's kind of got soot stains, and most people around that were high up in the ill there in there, they've cleaned up as much as they can, but there's still some kind of like smudges of soot and such on their faces. They they've they've obviously been holed up and panicked and such. But one of the women there, dark hair, slightly elven features, talks to him, and she's obviously there's like tear stains and stuff tracked on their face there, and he kind of does talk with her a little bit more. Um, and at one point, she sort of leans over on him, and he puts an kind of awkwardly puts an arm around her as she starts crying into his shoulder. Um, but everyone else, the person seems to be a little bit older, kind of white hair, somewhat white hair. Uh, Definitely older group there. Um, I thank you for your help here. I really appreciate everything you've done. I don't. I hesitate to think what would happen if you hadn't come along when you did. So, feel free if you wish. It is getting close to nightfall. The rooms are. We have enough intact rooms that you can stay here for the evening, unless you. Uh, so, and with food that we have here at the inn here is yours for the evening as well. I really can't do much more than that at this point, but please, thank you for your help and um, uh, we will get through this tragedy as all good citizens of Garvon do. And so, um, eventually, he offers you up, enough rooms for people to kind of arrange themselves however they wish.
Cool. Thank you. And I am sorry that this happened. I'm sorry that we didn't get here sooner.
And as I said, would have been much worse if you gotten here later. So, it's much appreciated. You are definitely saviors of this place. Thank you. And he kind of wanders off back toward the back there, toward where the kitchens and such are. And there's a good place to take a bit of a break. Let's go ahead and grab some drinks. Anything else that? So we'll pause for a moment here and get ourselves regroup and move on from there.
Yay, I got one more Diet Pepsi. I'm going to go grab it. It's like 2 feet away from me. Yay.
Okay.
I'm gonna just go to the bathroom.
Okay. He's in.
You know,
Okay, once Bernie and Robert back there, we'll get started again.
Already.
Why are you really quiet?
Me right now?
Yeah.
I
Let
can
me
hear him.
see if
Okay.
my
I can hear you fine. I had to turn you down a little bit, actually. I think. Yeah, I
is
had.
my volume setting low in your.
No. Turns out somebody messed with the volume on my screen.
Oh, okay. My output is pretty high. Unfortunately, my Yeti mic here is not working yet, so I cannot get it to respond. Hmm. Yep.
I just got really excited from something I was talking about. I was just whispering Bernie about Reaver from Fable 2. And
Hmm.
it's kind of like low key how I base Trevor's personality on in a way. I just realized who the voice actor was after doing some because I was trying to get an image because she confused him for somebody else for a second, and I was doing the image and I was like, I wonder who did the voice of that. He sounded familiar because it just took me to like a little YouTube short, and I'm like, holy fuck, I was right. It was Stephen Fry. Had no idea he did him.
Nice.
No clue.
What happened?
I was just
Oh,
getting ready to talk to you. I got really excited, but I'll just whisper it to you later because I know the game wants everybody's back. So
Do it now.
I'm whispering it.
no. Alrighty. So we'll go ahead and get started again here. Welcome back. We are uh, pick up right where we left off there in terms of everyone back at the inn in this little roadside village. Doesn't really have a name. No one really has a name there. Um, the inn is just the Lonely Wanderer Inn because essentially it is just meant for that. There's a roadside stop for people to make places here. Um, run one sec. Run by the Fandral family. The old man there is sort of he's the patriarch of the bunch. Unfortunately, the uh, baker and sort of animal person there was the across the way the Halevin family, and the shopkeeper is the Borka family. Um, Over the course of the evening, well, it's very somber and people are definitely dealing with the loss and the family there. They do um, have uh, not even I wouldn't even call it a wake. It wasn't really a celebration, but people do sort of at least relax and are definitely grateful for the help that was provided. Um, you'll find out that the shopkeeper there, Borka's the family name there, he's uh, having a bit of an issue because they've torn so much of his stock that while he can't provide a whole lot, he does give you a little bit of provisions to help you out. Okay. Um, so we have uh, so we have a chance to um, get into what we're see. So the people are able to go ahead and get in. Let you know a little bit at least what happened there. So people are obviously upset, but happy to be alive and such. Um, Sora, essentially,
Yeah.
Eldon will kind of talk to you a little bit. And oddly enough, it's like he will kind of sit down and I can imagine that wasn't a very that was a difficult time. Uh, I don't know what happened, but it obviously upset you quite a bit. Um, in a strangely insightful a bit from Eldon at least. Is everything okay? Is anyone injured or needing assistance in any way? In any way?
I believe Trevor got his arm bitten, but I'm okay.
Oh,
So I got a bit butt hurt. You might want to hear that.
Too soon.
um, I understand. I mean, I and I believe who was it that got who picked up religion as a skill recently? Was that Eldon, I believe? Yeah. So Eldon's like, I understand. I did just learn about at the Lyceum about religion, and I do understand a bit more about um, the ideals and things that one must devote themselves to gain their abilities and such. And so, um, it really isn't about being butthurt. It's about upholding an ideal of some kind. And um, I understand it's um, where I devote myself to science and learning and making things. Others devote themselves to doing upholding ideals and such. And so I I I do understand. Um, I hope that uh, everything
Wait,
will
this
be okay.
this is about Sora's imaginary friend.
Uh,
Sort of.
under,
Oh my god,
uh,
she smiled.
uh, they're not imaginary any more than your abilities are imaginary. A cleric or a paladin, they make real life things happen. They aren't just from nowhere. There's faith in something, and things happen because they are exist, and they pull power from places that are real. They're
So
not
where
in
does
their
mine
heads.
come from? Mine doesn't come from imaginary friends.
No. Although you did mention before that people thought you had imaginary friends, and they turned out to be real, correct?
Yeah, but that was real people.
Right.
Well,
And
you've
the
met two
gods,
of them.
yes, and the gods are real. They're just in a different plane of existence, and they have connections to people here. It's hmm,
So they're people. They're not gods, they're people.
well, they're gods because of what they are and who they do and the power they have, not because they're. I mean, gods are individuals. They have thoughts and feelings and such, as at least according to the studies and such. They have motivations and relationships. So gods are people too. I think. I don't know. That's potentially another well another course of study, I suppose. Regardless, uh, are we going tomorrow? Are we leaving and going on our way tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. It sounds like there's not another force coming this way or is anything. This was an independent group led by that shaman person.
That's what we believe, yes.
Well, then I think that well, we should be safe.
We didn't actually ask if there was more coming.
There
Hmm.
was groups heading out. You picked that up, didn't you? You picked up that there was groups heading out.
You picked up in thoughts there that this was the largest. There were small groups that went out in various directions, and all that, but this was the largest group that broke off, led by this shaman. But yeah, there are others out there.
Do we know what? No, I would know what happened. I'm really familiar with trolls. Nothing happens when they bite you, right?
No, they're not venomous.
Sort of. Ouch.
Yeah, it's they have nasty teeth.
Long as
but
I
they
don't eat, as long
transfer.
as I don't eat them, it's okay. Like, yeah, got it.
That seems to be the case.
So I wouldn't even let, because like I said, my character would know. So
Mhm.
yeah, I wouldn't even tell Eldon to worry about healing me or anything. I'd just sleep it off. Yeah, with his wasted spell slot.
I don't know, bites can have nasty diseases in them.
Nah, it's fine.
I didn't actually take any damage. I just need my spells back.
Yep. So you guys spend the night, get your long rest.
Yep.
You're able to get all your hit points and everything, and spell slots and everything else back. And in the morning, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Important. Go.
Oh, so I was saying in the morning, you'll basically be able to pack up and be on your way. The people are already up and sort of doing what they can to clean up there. You will see they essentially all those that are outside at least are kind of wave and send you away. Barton does thank you again for coming to help there and says he'll be staying on here for a little while longer to help the situation and hopefully if there's anyone else they can get to come back or deal with. He does know that the Halevins, their oldest son, lives up in Bilgewater, and so it's a mess up there. Maybe he can come home and help his sister and uh, deal with whatever they do with the family there. The the Borkas have a daughter that works in Port Oris that they'll send a message to see if she can come back and help with rebuilding efforts and sort of defending the place and such, just in case there's any other issues. At least to get through the next season, essentially, to get till spring and summer. So those messages, send those messages out, and things. He's confident things should be fine. Assuming no more of those things show up.
Should we leave details where we can contact us just in case they do? Or do you think that'd be pointless?
I mean, you do know this would be about 6 days or so away from Craven's Rest.
Pointless then.
5 to 6 days. So essentially, you wouldn't be able to get here in time to help if it was under attack. But at least you could come and see what the outcome was. Yeah, essentially. So anyway,
Lucas is going to give the manacles back to Sora.
Okay. Okay. So Sora gets her manacles back. This extra set there, and so you're able to be on your way, summon up your horses, and head on the road.
Did you wash the trolling blood off it first?
So the trip for the day at least, the snow here is it little less intense than it was on the first part of your journey. There's just a couple of flurries in the air. The wind isn't very strong or anything, and you're able to move along through the trees and along the road very very easily. The ahead you do know that uh, about a day or two beyond this, if with no other delays or stops, you will reach the Forge Right Inn where you stopped on the way here. And there's a bit of discussions like Darwell's like, I mean, bad memories there, but it's still a good place to stay at least. At least overnight. Unless you have any objections.
No.
No.
Oh, all right. All right. So, you do have to spend one night at a campsite there. We'll go ahead and see how well Reese does with. Oh yeah, Reese finds you actually a excellent site to camp. One well sheltered not only from eyes on the road, but from the wind and everything else. And so you have a very comfortable campsite for the evening. He does range out and bring back some fresh meat. So in addition to, he brings back a couple of snowshoe hares, and so for the evening you're able to at least have a decent meal along with your normal provisions and everything else. As I said, Darvel restocked for the trip and everything, so you're not in danger of running out of food or anything, but it's all travel rations and such, so fresh meat is definitely helpful to move on from there. You're able to camp down there, and the night passes uneventfully, even though with watches set out. It's really a quiet evening there. The sky actually clears, and you're able to see the stars and both moons up in the sky. Both fairly strong. Not really. So you do sort of have that weird light reflecting off all the snow-covered surfaces and everything else. But it is a peaceful evening, and you're able to move on the next day, and able to make it to the Forge right in. Upon reaching it, similar. Not much has changed when you arrive there. You're able to get rooms, um, and it's not really an issue. Although you do notice that there's uh, a notable absence of one of the attendants that's no longer there. Um, and you will spot over the course of getting rooms there, getting a meal, checking out there, and actually getting the wagon parked and stowing your saddles and such. There's no horses at all to take care of this time around, so you just have your wagons and all the saddles stowed in the essentially locker area, the locked up stable area. You will find that the stable hand, the head stable hand that was there, is no longer there either.
Do we know where he's gone?
You ask around some of the workers there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was reassigned somewhere else. And this would be the kind of the assistant manager talking, I guess it was essentially whoever you asked was like, kind of point over to the assistant manager and he'll come over and talk to you. He's it, a lot of times when an incident such as this happens, um, they're often sent on their way to work somewhere else, reassigned in some way, uh, other duties and such. Still working for the company, but in a different capacity. And give me an insight check. Who's ever talking with him about this?
I don't think I was involved too much in the conversation, but I'm definitely willing to help. What was it?
Insight. So
Okay,
yeah.
I
So
was there.
Lucas, yeah, you definitely pick up the fact that he's a little uncomfortable
Oh,
in talking about it. Essentially, well, he says, "Oh, he's been other duties assigned, moved out of the company." There's something he's not saying. Essentially, it's not so much a sinister thing as sort of a undertone of like an unfortunate sort of better him than me kind of uh, uh, tone to it, at least, is what you pick up for that inside check. Is there anything else then? I will, when about my duties, check in with everyone, make sure everyone's in place. There's actually no other patrons staying at the place at this time, at least. You're the only ones here for the most part, so you pretty much have the run of the inn to yourselves.
Can I check all the rooms for murderers?
I mean, are you going to break into the servants' rooms? Are you going to break into the rooms that are locked?
I'll knock on.
Okay. The other guest rooms. There's the ones that you aren't staying in. Nobody answers the door because nobody's in them.
Are they locked?
The servants' rooms or the guest
Any
rooms?
of the
The
both?
guest rooms are typically locked if no one's staying in them. Yes, because you have to get a key to your room. So when you go there, and you have to use the key when you first get your room keys. And the servants' rooms, I mean, they can lock them. So most of them are going to be. And actually, you're not permitted to just go back into the servants' part of there normally. So if you try to go back there, they're going to like, no, no business back there.
I'll ask the manager if I can go around and have a look because I want to make sure there's no murderers.
I'm so the manager. That's not going to be a problem. So, I just prefer to keep all the guests where they're supposed to be and no one wandering around the place. We don't know that you mean anyone potential harm. So, just keep things where they're supposed to be, and if there's an issue, then it will be dealt with.
You know, we're the ones who chased away the murderer last time, right?
Yes.
If we wanted to harm people, they'd already be harmed.
I. That's not. You do know that that doesn't give someone comfort when you tell them you can be harm them if you want, and you just choose not to, right? That's not exactly helpful.
I'm not saying that I'm saying that if I had any intent on harming you, it would have already happened.
And I'm saying that's not really helpful. Telling me you don't didn't if you had the intent you would harm me is what you're saying. So let's not go there.
No. If you wanted to harm me, I'm sure you would have done by now. But you don't want to harm me, right? So you haven't.
The guest. Enjoy the guest accommodations, please.
I just want to make sure there's no murderers here like there was last time we'd stayed.
How would you find out?
How would you know?
They might be murdering people.
So you want to go see if there's any bodies? Is that what you're saying? You want to go wander around, look, but make sure there's no dead bodies lying around anywhere. Is that what
That would be suspicious. There was a dead body last time I came here. Remember that?
Yes. I remember it very, very well.
Can I, just in case, because I'm there, can I do an insight check?
On the manager?
Yeah.
Or Amethyst?
No. I'm 100%. I actually think she's completely telling the truth, or they're just completely
I
telling the
mean,
truth.
you know Amethyst there, but yeah, she's like, this is kind of an odd request to go wandering through a building looking for murders.
I believe them all the way. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
I mean,
it's fine. I don't know why Mary rolled twice, by the way.
That's weird, but either way, I mean, she's telling the truth. She's like, this is. We'd rather not have guests wandering through the workers' areas to keep them
No
where
fun
they're
at all.
supposed to be. If anything happens, I'm sure the alarm will be raised and everyone will be involved as they need to. But I can assure you, there's no murders happening right now.
Okay.
That's a shame. I mean, oh yeah, that's good.
Let's hope if there are any murders tonight, you won't need our help.
Yeah, we won't be here. Who cares? I think we protected this town as much as we possibly could.
If I hear any screaming, I'm staying locked in my room, let me tell you.
Sora, give me an insight check.
She sees a guy creeping with daggers in the background.
No.
Shit, that'd be funny.
Okay. You can obviously see, because I mean, this is conversations happening wherever it's happening, but essentially it's not being done like behind closed doors or anything. It's pretty much out in the open. And you'll see that obviously, like, the most uncomfortable is going to be Darvel. It was his friend that was murdered. So all this talk about the murders there is obviously upsetting him to a degree. And he's just sort of like kind of that sort of like
I didn't know he
sort
was
of
here.
slump to his shoulders. I mean, it's her office is right there in the main room, like the window there, and so you talk to the manager, and so I mean, regardless, he just sort of like, I mean, and again, the place is empty other than you and the workers. So, um, the other thing you catch is the other person obviously affected by the questioning and thinking about there is Reese, who's just sort of like retreats into himself and just sort of like sitting there, just kind of scowling. Just and it's just sort of
Grace, I'll go over and just place my hand on his shoulder to steady him.
he's not like angry, just sort of like obviously kind of reliving the experience of
Yeah, uncomfortable in the situation of bad stuff happening. Yeah, I get it.
yeah, because I mean it happened basically 10 feet from him while he was sleeping.
Darvel's the one who decided to come here. If it was that painful for him, he should have suggested going somewhere else.
That's the group for the most part there. He understands. And so essentially he's not like he doesn't like break down or anything else. He's obviously just I mean, he's not happy about the situation, but he's this is the job, this is the route. And so he's kind of just quietly settled in, has an extra drink, um, and is yeah, essentially this is the route, this is the way. um, so he's able to. The evening will pass uneventfully. And then with it, you guys hit sleep. No screams, no murders happen in the middle of the night. There's essentially a quiet evening of rest and such. There's let's see. Who would be the last person to go to bed?
Me.
Okay. Did you mean to say the main chamber for the most part? The main, I mean, so the last person to leave to go to your rooms. I should
I
say.
am 100% staying awake. By the way, and I know
Okay.
that's convenient to say now as you said that, but no, especially today in particular, he would stay.
Well, so let me clarify that. Who's the last person to leave the main chamber and go to their room?
I would stay probably late into the morning, but then eventually at some point I'd go to bed.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't stay late in the morning. I know that because we'd take an exhaustion point for that. Like I'd go to bed, but I wouldn't want to see what's going on.
Okay. So
No,
was it Sora? So Sora, one thing you catch is that you will a couple of the workers at some point there. You're still kind of up, and Catherine's staying with you for the most part. There, Reese does go head off to bed. Um, and you catch the conversation of a couple of workers there, and you what caught your attention is the fact that they're talking about the stable hand being set away, and just the conversation is yeah. I heard they sent him to White Rock. Really, that place? Oh man, nobody comes back from there. I mean that's a rough assignment. But I mean, at least he's still got work. I know he's kind of a layabout for the most part, but setting off to White Rock, nobody deserves that. And sort of the bit of the conversation you pick up there from a couple that are off to the side. They're over by the bar sharing a drink before they head off.
and you said White Rock, right?
White Rock.
Yeah.
Not sure what that is offhand.
No, I'm not.
Actually, well, give me a history check.
I'm proficient in that, so I'm gonna suck at
Yeah,
it.
I mean, there's always a chance.
I'm
Okay.
not trained in insight, and I rolled an 18.
You don't know White Rock specifically, but you do know that the Forge Right company has more than just inns. They do run transport services, and the little bit you heard is that they do have other interests. You don't know much about them, so you don't know of any place called White Rock specifically, but they do definitely have other things under the company banner, essentially. While you don't know what they're talking about specifically, I mean, they could have sent him somewhere else. It could be a place. It could be, I mean, who knows? But you do know that it jives. That he sent out to some other part of the company, some other division, some other place. It seems reasonable, but it doesn't sound like a very good place to be sent to. So do with that what you will. Anything else
I
before
will
we go
I
ahead?
will hold off on like because everybody's sleeping, but once everybody wakes up, I'll tell them what I learned.
Okay. Let's see if okay. Everyone, go ahead and make a history check if you different DCs based on where you're from, essentially.
Yeah, I think
Okay. Okay. Um, Amethyst, you never even heard of anything specifically called White Rock, per se. Lucas, in hearing about that, it's not surprising that a company like Forge Right, you know that Inn has many places. They have a number of inns all over the place. You've heard of them. In fact, um, while there isn't one in Anol Karoon, there are some in other places that you have heard about. In terms of, like there is one in Trenzel that you know of, that you've heard of at least. Um, and there's other ones that you've heard of in various places. This is a fairly large company. While you've never heard of a specific place called White Rock, doesn't surprise you they have interest anywhere else. Eldon, however, does pipe up, and um, that actually okay, is, I believe the Forge Rate Inn has a mining interest where they have they mine a particular mineral that is white in color. It has some very interesting alchemical properties that I've heard about. They um, essentially you take this white rock and you powder it up there and you mix it with salt, and it gets very, very cold, and it stays cold for quite a long time. Eventually, it becomes just normal, sort of like as the impurities work itself out there and the alchemical reaction stabilizes, it turns into, well, a sort of a gravel sand type texture, but white in color still. But this is, I understand that the Forge Right Inn has a mine where they can get this white rock stuff. Where it is, though, I've um, it's always been of interest, especially to the Dwarven Trade Council, because they the idea of some substance that can keep other things cold is a definite interest in various applications, but they've never been able to track down their own source of this stuff. So there's something else of interest there. Maybe this person's been sent to wherever they get the material. But um, uh, and so you're able to pack up and get on your way. Are there anything else you want to check into, or things you want to discuss on the way out?
I'm happy to just go.
Yeah.
Go home.
At this point,
Okay.
I'm wanting to go home. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Actually, can I talk to? I forgot her name already. I'm sorry. I took a note. Hold on. Or I'll just ask for now. I do have it in my notes, but just right. The Goliath's name?
Gina, yes.
You said Ina?
Gina.
Gina.
Like key,
I
but with Gina with a G.
Ina. Got it. Or Gina.
Gina.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Got it. Like, okay, good. Because I just had it Gina in my thing. Okay.
It works too.
Would you care along to come with us?
What? Actually, she's confused. She didn't quite hear you what you said. I didn't either.
Okay. I'm asking her if she'd like and I would be talking to the group as well about her possibly coming with us.
She's with you on the trip. She's coming to Craven's Rest.
That's what I get for not paying complete attention. Sorry.
Yeah,
Anyway,
she took Persia's place as porter.
got it.
To basically lift and carry stuff around there. So she's been traveling with you guys. So yeah, she's it's my intention to go on to Craven's Rest. That is the place, right? And she looks over at Darvel like, that's right. That's the name of the place. I was looking for work, and I do like to travel, so it's nice to see other places.
I've gotten a lot of work today. I think you'd be well set.
It is good to know. Yes, I am happy to be in. Though the cold is not very pleasant, at least I like to be in new places and see new things and people.
Then I'll just tip my hat and be like, "It'll be a pleasure to serve." I almost said service you. No, that would have been really bad. I just walk away awkwardly because that's exactly what I would do in real life. Yep, I walk away and act like I was really smooth and cool. Can I do a charisma check?
Sort of like chuckles and okay.
Oh, that was awkward and cringe. Anyway, continuing, moving along.
She just sort of like chuckles to herself and just hops back up on the wagon next to Darvel, and as you guys pack up and head on out. A couple of days pass uneventfully, again with a couple of stops along the road there. There's no other real settlements between here and Craven's Rest, but there are a few the road stops essentially, at least in terms of like established campsites where you can camp easily enough. I think yeah, there's really no issues along the way for the most part. You do pass the area again where you saw those scavengers before. The road essentially that where one of them had been taken by, you assume, trollings on the way to when you were on the way to Craven's Rest, or sorry, on the way to Port Oris. That the campsite, if you do check it out there, it's not very far off the road, so it's easy spot there is abandoned. You can see there's still the little structure that was set up there, but the all their gear and such has been picked up and moved, so they're no longer in the region, as far as you can tell. There's no signs of a struggle or anything else. Just obviously they've been packed up and moved on. And about 2 days on your third day after leaving there, you've got a little over a day travel to get back to Craven's Rest. There, you do end up stopping for the night at that shrine, the roadside shrine that you'd stopped at before, which was the shrine to Farlangan, the god of travel. And as you approach there, you will see that it's getting toward evening. There is definitely the sun has gone down. You're kind of pushing a little further than you normally would before, and it is getting definitely as the sun is setting. For the most part, there you catch sight of the shrine and head off the road there to sort of camp. And as you approach, there is a firelight. There's actually the flicker of firelight, like a bonfire or a campfire of some kind, set up off the road. And it's about 50 to 60 feet or so off the road, and so it's a ways that you can kind of move on past it, or you can approach. What you'd rather do.
Can Alden send his owl to have a look? Scout it?
Yep. Oh, yes, the owl flies up, kind of does a little pass. Doesn't seem to have any issues flying around there, and then comes back. And you can see he reports that it seems to be just a campsite. There's a wagon and a few tents.
Did you see any people?
Yeah, little path of the past there. There seem to be 3 or 4. Can't quite see in the tent there. There could be some more inside the tent or the wagon, but I do see 3 at the
Can you
moment.
see
Yes,
what race they are?
it's at this point it's like um, humanish. can't quite see more than that from flying above. That is hard to see down there.
Not monsters then. Does everybody want to check it out, or shall we just keep going?
Well, it is getting to be dark, so you're going to need to camp somewhat soon. So you can try to move on past it or stop here to camp.
You can stop here.
Lucas, Trevor, Eldon,
Sorry, what?
Eldon's fine for stopping. He
do
is.
you want to go and
What do you
check
think?
it out, or do you want to find somewhere else to camp?
I mean, I would love to check it out.
Okay.
Sorry, I was
So-
distracted for like the last 3 minutes or so trying to get something done.
It's a campsite with did you say a caravan and some tents?
A wagon
A wagon
and some tents.
Okay. Lucas?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
let's go then. We need to sleep, don't we? So we might as well.
So you should be able to see essentially where the wagon is. You can put yourselves nearby the wagon if you want. But yeah, so the road kind of branches off to the north. You see a large shrine too far along and right here, and the campfire is right around there. There are some tents and such that you can see on the edge of that little clearing. Grab Sora and bring her on at least, so we've got her on the map. We'll bring everybody else in as they're needed, essentially. So, but yeah, for the most part, you're all on your horses still there. It is getting close to when the horses are about to run out as well, so you need to resummon the horses for a second round if you wanted. So it is sort of getting to that time period. Again, the sun is going down, so it's probably around 7 or so, 7 in the evening. You're able to, but then approach. Do you want to sneak up on the campsite or just approach?
Just approach.
Okay. All right, then we'll go ahead and come on now.
Make our presence known as we wander up. Say hello. Is anyone here?
Yep. So as you start to approach there, not a problem there, you will see that individual steps forward. And we'll go ahead and do one over here. And as you call out, another one will step out from this tent
Ugh,
here.
elves.
You and your weird prejudices.
Some of your mates, Lucas.
Yeah. So you will see as you approach there, this one over here steps forward. Oh, hello, hello. It is wonderful to see you, fellow travelers. Please come by. The campfire is yours to share if you wish.
Thank you.
And
I'll halt, make sure my pistol's away and covered by my coat. Not using my cantrip to get rid of it necessarily, just
holster it.
yeah,
Okay.
holster it behind my coat.
Right. So Darvel will lead the wagon, kind of set it up right, kind of tuck it in behind the shrine.
What's up the
The
green?
shrine. We'll go and move him up there too. Take him there. As you get close to the camp there, it's a varied looking set of tents. You basically have almost like a pavilion tent over here. A large canvas structure, heavy wooden poles and such. Similar to the larger tent that Sora's been purchased there. It would hold comfortably 4 people. It's a fairly large tent there easily. Sort of a dome, almost like a yurt style tent set up over here. And a little pup tent over here. Good. Yep. And again, the wagon that's back here, the wagon actually is sort of like it's a full covered wagon, kind of a domed, sort of a semicircular top. They're sealed there. There's those shuttered windows on the side. It is closed. Um, all the windows are closed there. There's a little step up in the back, and you will catch sight of one more person, kind of behind the tent. He's just sort of moving around back over here, and yeah, you'll spot these guys here. Sort of. Come on now. Oh, there we go. I think everyone's out now that's visible. So you see behind, kind of grazing and kind of eating, like nibbling at the trees and stuffing around in the snow there, eating roots and such, are two large elk-like creatures of a type that probably none of you have seen before. You've seen similar things in the grasslands, Amethyst, the plains where you're from. Some of the large, like antelope-looking things. That are sort of like large horses with odd-looking structures and odd-looking horns and such. Well, these look very, very different from those. They're actually sort of a bluish white coat and almost glowing pale horns sticking up from the sides there. Their eyes are also sort of glowing in the sort of the dim light that's behind the side there. You've never seen anything like these creatures. They're definitely not from around here.
What are those creatures over there? I've never seen anything like those.
Oh, those they're called Luna elk or moon elk.
Oh,
It's from the far south. And so, Trevor, you kind of perk up a little bit and you hear mention that they're from the southern regions there, and uh, you don't really have training and such, but you do know that there are some odd-looking creatures that live in the verdant wilds, southwest of Gervon. There's lots of strange creatures that live there.
wait, they're not from the moon?
You know, they sort of glow. Their horns almost glow like moonlight. And you see as the sun is going down, they do sort of give off that almost that same what looks like uh, almost like they're reflecting moonlight. The horns themselves.
Can I go up to one of them? Well,
You have to walk through their camp and
yeah,
kind of
no, I'm not
push
trying to
past
do
all
that.
of them.
I'm not really want to do that right now. Never mind. I just seen an animal and I want to pet it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, they're just sort of like just again just in the back there, and you see sort of
Now, how
kind of
far are they? I know, like, is it accurate to the map? Are they like in the? Are
pretty
they a
accurate.
bit
Yeah,
further away?
yeah, they're about 40 feet away, about 30 to 40 feet away.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, go and bring yourselves up on the map. So I'll move you up here. I didn't pull out Catherine or Reese yet, but if you want to pull them out and place them where you want to be, essentially,
Did the wagon
um,
come with us?
yeah, the wagon is right here. So yeah,
Okay, then yeah.
Darvell kind of pulled the wagon up to the side there, kind of behind the shrine on the edge of the campsite there. Um, feel free to set up whatever you need. The fire is yours as well. If you wish to warm yourselves or do any cooking or anything else. We'll stay out of your way for the most part here, but it's always good to see fellow travelers and such. There's
What
really nothing.
brings you all to these wilds?
Oh, just traveling the roads, seeing the sights, and being about various places. We find ourselves always on the move and finding new places to explore and places to.
I'm
Uh,
trying to subtly eye them down. Do I see any
sure.
instruments or anything like that, or is it mostly weapons, or is it just regular like traveling gear?
You will see that the two over here look very human, kind of
Okay.
rough looking guys. They're a little bit disheveled, and they tend to they're just kind of like walking around the tent, kind of shuffling around, and just seem to be sort of lost in their own activities there. One has a short sword, one has uh, a hand axe. Both of them have like short bows over their backs. They seem to be like typical outdoorsman hunter types for the most part there.
Gotcha.
This one here, the one doing the talking, he is dressed in sort of a thick whitish fur cloak. Um, leather, fine-looking leathers underneath, leather armor of some kind like that. There is a curved sword on his hip. Um, and this person, their skin is, well, first off, they're about 5.5 feet tall. They're an elf. And by their coloring, green hair, sort of um, natural, almost like heartwood colored, coloring, and dark brown eyes. So there's a wood elf, which is not normally seen. High elves are much more common to be seen around there. Lucas, you're half high elf. But yeah, this is a wood elf. And the other person back by the tent here hasn't come forward. He's just he's kind of like hanging out back by the tent here, wearing a thick fur, a scarf around the face, thick like woolen, like some sort of like fur lined like gloves, just sort of like stamping around, kind of standing off on the edge there, not making his presence known. You can't really see any weapons on that person, but they're just sort of standing on the edge of the firelight.
Is this caravan or like this trailer, or I don't know the word for it? Is it ornate as it looks?
It is green colored. It is green colored wood there. It's not super fancy. It's other than its coloring, it's fairly plain. It is a full enclosed wagon though, with shuttered windows that are closed, and obviously hitching a way to hitch up those elk to the front of the wagon over here. Other than that, it's closed up. But again, it's not ornately carved or decorated. It's just sort of, but it is green painted wood, with with shuttered windows that are closed.
Doesn't look anything like the caravans where I used to live.
Wait a minute. Is that a horse pulled thing?
Those two things, those moon
Okay,
elves.
I was about to ask. That's what I was about to ask because I didn't realize that. Like I thought they were just there. I didn't know it was theirs until just now.
Yeah, no, that he told us what they are. He knows what they are. There, so and you can see kind of glancing on it. It's a little hard to see because it is off. That area is not very well lit. They are hitched. There's sort of like
I look up to the one that's been talking. And what was your name again?
My name is Previla. It's good to meet you.
It's good to meet you too, friend. Do I have permission to see these creatures a little closer?
I want to pet them.
I asked first. We're kids in a petting zoo.
was
Mommy,
going to.
pet the goat.
If I could get a word in edgeways, I would have already asked. Trevor.
I would caution against that. They tend to be a little bit skittish, and they do tend to be alarmed with people they don't know. So I would just say I would caution you against getting too close to them.
What if I could get one to come to me?
I will say that I am quite good with animals, but if you tell me not to, I certainly won't disrespect your area.
Essentially, I don't want them to bite you or anything else like that. They can't do.
Yeah, I know a little bit about biting. Let me tell you.
So, Trevor, one thing you kind of putting two together. These things stand about 7 feet at the shoulder, so their heads are a good 10 feet above there. So, and then full like swept back, like slightly glowing horns. These things are massive.
I will tell you, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
At one point before this campaign ends, I'm going to pet a giant blue elk. If it's not these two, it's going to be one. No, that's
so.
I get it. I wouldn't try. I wouldn't. Obviously,
yeah,
I wouldn't push that. Yeah, no.
We do keep them back away from the fire, kind of out, and so they can so they can graze, and B, so we don't have to worry about them causing any problems in the campsite area. So they tend to like being away from people and such. So I do caution you approaching them because
no, fair enough. I understand. And how did you all make your fortune, so to speak?
Nope, we're just travelers. We tend to move around the place and find new people and trade interesting things and such.
So you have things for sale here now?
Not at the moment, no. Stock is very limited and such. We're actually hoping to collect some new things to craft and ingredients and such. We tend to be herbalist type things.
That used to be my life, and then I left that life, and now I'm with these guys, and I travel around all loads of different places
With a wagon and
with a wagon.
yep. Lucas, guess a perception check. Make the most sense for this one here. Okay. One thing you realize as you're kind of standing there by the fire, the two humans over here, you recognize them. They look like two of those scavengers that you met on the road on the way to Port Oris. Same sort of like shabby looking clothing. I mean, you're not sure that they're the exact ones, but you think they might be.
Sora was very suspicious of those two, as I remember it.
Well,
Suspicious
there
of
were a
what?
total of four of them, and one of them had been carted away, had been dragged off in the middle. Actually, sorry, there were three. Two had been dragged off there in the middle of the night. No, it was one. Sorry, it was. There were five. One was dragged off. There were four left there.
Do you remember the scavengers that we encountered on the way to Port Oris?
Yes.
At first, you thought they may have been bandits, but they actually were just like road scavengers. They don't actually typically attack anyone. They just look for things that have been dropped or left behind, or somebody else does something. They go ahead and grab stuff.
I'll ask her if you've all travelled together for a while.
The guy sort of looks at you blankly, just sort of like, just sort of shrugs, non-committal, doesn't really say anything.
Right.
I'll ask the one that was the leader, whoever was talking to us initially.
Oh, those
Yeah.
two. Well, I understand. We found them wandering around the road a couple of days ago, actually. They seemed to be sort of lost, and so we've brought them into. They had a tent with them, and so we gave them a chance to travel along with us. Not very talkative or anything, but they do help with setting up camp and such. Just the two of them, though. Just and their gear. They're just. It's a bit strange, really. I don't know. They don't talk much. But then we're not from this part of the world, so I think that this is maybe they're just not very talkative. I don't know.
Or murderers. Maybe they're murderers.
Of course, everyone's murderers, including you guys.
I have never,
I'm not.
and I have never once murdered. Well, okay, I can't
Shut
even
up.
play that off. Like,
You did.
I have never murdered anyone who didn't deserve. Well, that's not true either. Not in your all's presence. How about that?
So,
That's accurate.
I'll ask
you
talking
can
to the leader
check.
again.
Go ahead.
Say again, Jim. Missed that.
He's letting you speak.
Oh, sorry. I'll ask the leader. Are you originally from the Verdant Wilds? Given the creatures you're with.
You recognize the you're a man of knowledge then. Well, yes. There are various settlements in the Verdant Wilds, and essentially there can be conflicts and issues there, and so we decided to strike out in the world and not deal with the infighting and strange, terrible things sometimes that were there, and so we're off in the world, making our own fortunes and away from that oftentimes terrible place.
Do we know about the Verdant Wilds? What do we know?
Person knows the most there would be Trevor, being from Southern Garvon. It tends to be a fairly wild place. Lots of large creatures that live there. There tend to be. Trevor's never delved into the actual into the. It's almost like large forest bordering on actually eventually moving into like jungle type territory. Lots of large creatures, lots of strange animals. Think a rainforest slash Australian outback in terms of weird creatures and that aren't seen anywhere else in the world. But lots of trees. Um, Other than that, Trevor, you would know that the largest settlements there and the only like civilized people that get dealt with there are usually Yonti. They tend to keep to themselves and stay far in there. What you have to deal with most times is these like large monstrous like creatures that will wander out of the thing there and rampage across the countryside. Fey beasts and weird monstrous creatures.
Ask if she knows where Rolling Oak is.
Yo, right there. Are you talking to me?
Why didn't you ask her herself? She's standing right here.
Because you're having a conversation with her, and I'm just.
Oh, what was that?
My friend wanted to know if you knew about a place called Rolling Oak.
Doesn't ring a bell. No, I'm not really sure if I've ever heard of such a place specifically. Is it in this region, or is it a village or a town we can visit?
It's over on the west coast, isn't it?
It's to the south of where we are.
Southwest.
Far
Yeah.
away.
Sorry,
No.
southeast from where you are now.
The Verdant Wilds is a long way away.
Yeah. So yeah, just to pull over to map real fast here, just kind of point that out to you guys here. Oops, let me move you over there real fast. So moving over to the map, essentially, your best estimates are that the Rolling Oak is somewhere in this region here. These were the ruins of Mountain View. And the Verdant Wilds are way down here. So this is thousands of miles.
Okay. It was worth asking.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he's interested. He seems to be. Any places of interest? Obviously, I understand that there's a place called Craven's Rest a couple of days to the west.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
Oh, very good. Well, that's we may wander there. We're spending our time moving through the trees and looking for interesting foliage and herbal. And he pauses, he's trying to find the word there. Um, Herbalist materials and such. Tend to take our time wandering.
If you're ever in the area, feel free to stop by. We have a manor there now.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Well, it's a house.
I was under the impression it
It's
was
a
a manor.
mansion.
Yeah, it's a mansion.
It's, but you don't tell strangers you've got a mansion.
Just did. Actually, I said manor. Whoops.
Sure.
Future plot update right there. So we're going to get robbed. Sorry, guys.
Do you need to set up any tents or anything else yourselves or anything? I assume you have a wagon, but I assume you want to set up. You want to sleep under the stars in the cold, but
Be all right by the fire, won't we?
Is it cold? No.
Have you got a tent? Lucas is fine.
Yeah,
I've got a fur coat.
he does look at you very strange about that. You're like that you're able to walk around with no like heavy furs or anything else.
It should be fine around the fire. I've got my fur coat on.
Well, aren't you? You are a fur coat. What?
That's what I mean.
I don't get everyone in here can keep warm but me, and I am not a fan of it.
If you wish, I can have our two shabbier friends there move their tent over to the side if you want to use that area over there. Never mind. You two go ahead and move your tent, strike your tent, and move it back over here. And so they will actually pick up their tent and just sort of like kind of nod and just go to work quietly,
We
pulling
don't
up the
need to
stakes
I
there,
do
would
a tent, do we?
literally
bundling
just,
up their
if
tent.
we're sleeping, if we're pretty sure, like I wouldn't be super comfortable sleeping because just meeting new people, I would suggest we not keep watch necessarily, but just not all fall asleep at once.
And I
So
can't
keep
It's not
watch.
so much distrust. It's not so much distrusting. It's just not wanting. You know what I mean? Just like not. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like I don't want to all fall asleep at once.
everywhere we go, we encounter monsters and murderers. So yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, in that case, I mean, you guys can set up tents. You can move on, whatever you want to
Yeah,
do
I
here.
mean, we all have.
Essentially,
I
they,
have
they kind of
tent.
clear the way. I
Line up.
can't actually move this tent, so because it's on the map, but you can essentially they move it back to here. Essentially, just kind of took it back out of the way over here, and so where they're standing now is where their tent is, and so they'll still get
We
their
don't have a
there.
tent, do we?
Yes,
You
we
guys
do.
have
Yeah, it comes with your
you have
travel
multiple tents.
provisions. Yeah, you get that.
Oh,
And you've been camping on the sides of the road in various places along the way. You've only had only two inns to stay actually two inns to stay at on the trip here. So you've had varying sizes of tents.
And this is pretty accurate a map, right? Meaning the area around the camp wouldn't really be fought or wouldn't really be snow. There's like dirt, like where the snow's
Yeah, there's
melting.
kind of dirt around here. Yeah, so essentially, yeah, this is pretty
I would
accurate.
literally just do a sleep under the stars thing right by the fire that's what the cowboy thing does normally. But
Okay, so you kind
obviously
of
we're out in the
bunker.
wild and stuff like that. I don't do that. But with here, with around surrounded by like people and stuff like that, it should be fine.
Sure. Um,
Oh, I can
you'll
keep.
notice that this one never comes closer. The one up here never comes closer. He always stays back there. He will go back around there and will seem to tend to the elk. So eventually he will kind of disappear back over here. These guys actually are standing over this side. So he would actually go back there. Whoops, go underneath it.
If he's sitting in
And
the
just
elk, I can always help. This is already is. I think.
you wandering back there, Amethyst?
yeah.
Would I have seen
Okay.
her?
I'm telepathically talking to this elk, trying to get it to come to me.
It's
Okay, well, I
not-
would definitely have followed if Amethyst. If I would have seen Amethyst left, I definitely would have went with her. I'm just
As you go back there and get within 15 feet of this elk here, this guy will come up there and actually just kind of puts his hand up in front of the elk's face and kind of raises up hand there, kind of by his nose there, kind of waves his hand in front of the things there, and just kind of guides it back a little bit further so it's not getting too close to you. It huffs a little bit. See the breath puff out of its nose, and it sort of like looks around, and it seems to take notice of you two down there. But then this one just distracts it and brings it back over.
I talk telepathically to Amethyst. Can I
Mhm.
shoot that guy?
No,
Okay.
ridiculous.
So mad that he took the elk away. He's so pissed.
So he's just tending to them,
I
obviously. So
know.
he's obviously the one
I know.
taking care of them for the
Yeah.
most part. And they do tend to mind they do mind him. So he's able to just kind of, and he doesn't like grab them or pull them, or there's only like saddle or reins or bridle or anything else on these things at all that you can see right at the moment. And he just sort of guides it back over here out of the way. And he takes and just watching over them and just kind of, and so they'll stop and just kind of sort of munching on the needles of one of the pine trees here, snuffling around on the ground there, eating there, and eventually we'll just sort of stop moving and just do what elk do when they sleep, which is pretty much stand up.
Are you saying elks aren't real? You like when they sleep?
Well, they don't like lie down and go to sleep. They tend to they sleep standing up. So, for the most part, one of them at some point, if you watch for a while, one of them will kind of crouch down and do that thing where they get down, kind of almost like kneel down eventually and settle down on their haunches and such. One of them will do that sort of behind one of the trees, and just the other one just keeps punching and actually looking up and sniffing at the air.
I'll ask the
Um,
leader
yeah.
guy. Have you ever met any of the Yonti? I mean, I've heard the name and I've heard of them, but I don't know much about them.
Yes, they're fairly common in the region down there. And even with your passive insight, because your passive insight's pretty good. Yeah, your passive insight 16 there. He does sort of glance over toward this tent over here. Uh, uh, my companion there is actually one of them.
Oh,
They're fairly common in the region that we are, and some of the settlements, as I mentioned, are somewhat unpleasant to be around. So one of the reasons we're here is we struck out away from those lesser hospitable places. Some are quite civil and quite pleasant, but some of them are not. So we decided to move on our way.
what are they? What are they like in general? I've heard
Oh,
stories, but obviously I don't know.
it's sort of like asking what humans or elves are like. It really depends. Some are very civil and very um, friendly, and some are very conniving and power mad and hungry, and it sort of depends, really. Like I said, some places are nice, some places are not. It's you have towns and villages where there's more darker, sinister feel to it. We've seen a few of those, but for the most part, they're just people who about their business,
Yeah,
raising their livestock and their children and such.
yeah, that's fair enough.
They're not evil in your world then?
Well, you don't know.
Okay.
Never met
There's
one.
different types of evil too. I mean, there's civilized evil and there's chaotic evil. So, yeah.
I'm more scared of lawful evil.
I will
So,
have a quiet word with him and mention that the two humans were scavengers. What
oh, it makes
scavengers are.
sense. Makes sense based on their gear. I mean, people do tend to live out on the fringes sometimes, and we've seen similar things where people that live in the wild and make their own way of doing things. So, not surprising. They've been don't know what happened to them really, but they've been accommodating at least, quiet to themselves, but they will help setting up camp and such and traveling along with us.
I'll also mention
Okay.
that if they're the ones we met earlier, that there were four of them. So I'm not sure where the
Hmm.
other two were.
Well, they didn't seem to be injured when we found them or anything, so I don't know. Not really. So just the two of them we saw them. So um, I hope nothing terrible happened to them.
Well,
It's
can I
hard to
ask,
say exactly. Hmm?
is there just the two of you?
Um, there's one more of our member that stays in the wagon. She doesn't really come out. She tends to stay inside there. She hates the cold. She's rather upset that we're this far north at this time of year.
Is she auntie as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Um, and so, Trevor.
Yes.
Okay. Talking to Gina.
Hmm.
And she's and she at this point she is helping set up a tent um for um for Darvel and for her to use essentially. Um, they tended to camp in. You don't get the impression that there's any sort of thing going on there. It's just they tend to camp and they tend to sleep in the same tent for the most part. She doesn't seem to be um, I don't know the best way to say it there, but she doesn't seem to be um, any sort of advances on anybody or anything else like that.
Not yet. What? But yeah, at this point, I should just be getting to know her and talking to her.
Yeah, she was 2.5 times your size. So
Exactly. That's
anyway,
And are you
accurate.
calling a little woman?
yeah.
I try to get to know one person, and it's you automatically assume. I mean, it's
Of course
totally,
not. That's not, essentially yeah. One thing the fact that you do know the Goliath. You said you've encountered Goliath before.
I've very
Um,
much encountered Goliath, but I
yeah.
also need to tell you about that part of my backstory that you still. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, essentially, she seems to be um, once she sort of gets her work done, and then she's essentially able to um, she'll stop and essentially, so she sort of talks while she works, essentially. So, well, what do you want to know? Trevor, right? Yes. Um,
That is my name.
by your accent, you're from Southern Garvon, aren't you not? Are you not?
Been there most of my life, yeah.
Hmm. I believe we've always in the same part of the world, at least. I grew up over in the Thundering Steppes.
I never really
With,
grew up so much as my mother and father were a little bit of travelers. Me and my brother were pretty close. My parents died of natural causes. At least that's what my brother told me. Back when I left, I don't know what happened. They just weren't there anymore, and for some reason, my brother was just pretty much taking over where we were staying. But it seemed to me, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. But he assured me they died of natural causes, and he never lied to me before, so I wouldn't have any tune to doubt.
well, I left my family. My parents were both uh, fighting types. They defended the village against the various problems and pests and such in the area. I didn't want to spend my whole life fighting like them, so I decided to move on and uh, move into more civilized areas where I could find a job and travel and do things that aren't
I can assure you
involving killing things.
there's much opportunity for you in Craven's Rest. Trust
Which is
me,
good to know.
even if fighting's not your style, we had no trouble getting work there.
Good to know. I understand this Fairwood is a good person to work for, so I will be happy to do things there. I
He's a good person.
hmm, good. Um, just always good to find good people to work for and not have to do
Nice place.
anything strange.
Nice place,
So,
very welcoming.
good. Some places are not so much.
No, indeed.
And so, um, anything else? Anyone's gonna spend the evening?
Nope, I'm just gonna hunker over by the fire.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep talking telepathically to those elks until I fall asleep.
And then
Okay.
I'm gonna switch eye patches or switch eye patch over to the other eye for no apparent reason.
Okay.
And then put
Amethyst, they never do talk back. They don't seem to be capable of
Well, they're
speech.
animals.
So, but confirming at least that they aren't some strangely intelligent creatures that can speak.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be, at least. Um, you don't get any weird sensations or impressions from them either, really. They don't seem to be
I might start
supernatural.
talking to him and asking him about them too.
To Brevilar?
Whatever his name is that's with the elks.
Oh, him. Um, when you do, if you do send a link up there, he will visibly start and look around like something and just sort of like get very, very cagey. And you do see that he does reach into his cloak. Doesn't pull anything out, but he does reach in there and he's sort of looking around like he's.
It's
What
all
is
right. I'm
that?
not close to you. I'm far away. I'm over here by the fire. Woo!
I
It's
do
a
not
telepathic thing.
I do not like the thinking way of speaking. It is strange.
I'm just saying hello. I didn't think you would appreciate me walking over to you. So
One thing, it's in Sylvan.
okay,
He's thinking in Sylvan.
cool. I'll talk back to him in Sylvan.
Ah, you can speak the wild tongue, I see. And you realize he wasn't really responding to anything you said before. He could hear the words but didn't understand them. He only spoke back in Sylvan.
Okay.
Somehow, strangely enough, the S's are drawn out like a snake would be, but in his mind. He thinks the same way.
I see. Is he a Yonti then?
Um,
I don't know what a Yonti is, but is he a
snake person. Yeah, you
Snake
would
person.
you wouldn't know there, but yeah, in terms of like the people that are part snake for the most part, you probably didn't hear it, but yeah, Lucas did find out from the wood elf there that that person was a Yanti.
I did, but Amethyst didn't hear
Gotcha.
that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it is strange. So he's talking in a weird tone of voice, a weird accent, and in Sylvan. So
So that's why he had all the long robes on. I should have
oh
put
yeah,
that together. That
yeah,
was really cool. I did
yeah.
not. No, that was really good.
That's why the thick scarf,
Yeah,
the heavy
I should
gloves,
have. You gave us all
the
the
wool.
clues too, and I didn't pick that up at all. All right, you win. Good DMing, as is always the
Yes, the
case.
wood elf is wood elf is definitely more comfortable. Obviously, he seems to be. I mean, he's still wearing furs and he's still wearing like winter clothing, but nothing. He doesn't seem to be deterred, at least by the by the by the by the temperature. Um. Right. So, anything else?
I'm
He
gonna.
doesn't continue a conversation. He doesn't like start asking you anything about yourself or anything else. That he doesn't seem to be. So, I mean, he's not.
I'll
He
ask
isn't like
him.
okay.
I'm fascinated. Do
I
all your people speak Sylvan?
all the ones that I know of, yes. It is the what we call it the wild tongue. Those are the verdant wilds often speak Sylvan.
And you can. I mean, now you can see if you want to click on him there. Yes, the snake-like eyes and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
the scaly skin and such.
I haven't seen him yet. I wouldn't freak out too much.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
you can't.
I seen him, but not
you
from
can-
he revealed himself to be that. Yeah, no.
yeah. So basically, yeah. So he's never come close enough to the firelight to really see his eyes or anything else like that, and he is all bundled up there. Pretty much the only thing you can see would be his eyes. Um, but yeah, that's. But he does tend to just eventually, after he's tended to them, made sure they're okay and everything else, he will wander back over. And unless you stop him, he will go back into his tent.
I'm not going to stop talking to him though until he tells me to shut up.
Okay. Well, what else do you want to know?
I just where he's from and just everything.
You're literally like a cat that wants to knock shit over when they tell you not to, and I love you
Yep.
for it. No, I love it.
Eventually,
Chaotic cat.
he doesn't get so much into. He's from the Verdant Wilds. Is where he's from. He is traveling with Brevalor, and the wagon, and he takes care of the elk, and essentially that's. It doesn't really get much more into anything beyond that. And so eventually it turns into almost like one word answers. You'll yes and no's and that. And then um, you sort of get sort of like, if you pry into further details about anything else, he just sort of like clams up and just stops responding after a while.
It is cold. I wish to rest.
Okay. Good night.
Anything else anyone doing?
Find someone else to talk to.
And there's Brevalor. He's definitely. There's the two. Which of those is of the two scavengers? They're not talking. They don't talk to each other. They don't talk to Brevalor or anyone else. If anybody approaches them, they don't seem to really. I mean, Lucas tried to talk to them earlier, but he didn't respond much.
I might have to detect thoughts on them. I'm gonna telepathically talk to them and see if they respond.
It's almost like trying to communicate with. It's almost like pushing your thoughts through Jello. There's just sort of this haze, and everything is just sort of like fuzzy and strange when you try to connect their mind to theirs. And it's just sort of like you get sort of just a. Uh, uh, sort of like formless sounds instead of words.
Do I get any kind of inclination they might be charmed?
It's hard. Give me an Arcana check. I mean, you're not. There's no magical aura. There's nothing obvious there. I mean, it could be something like that. You never really encountered. I mean, you never really encountered someone. Normally, when someone is charmed, they just act differently. There could be something. You're not really sure what's going on with these guys.
I want to speak to Alden telepathically and see if he can get anything from them. See if he can do an arcana or glean anything.
You'll detect magic and things like that, and says, I don't detect any magic of any kind on them. I mean, it could be some sort of trauma of some kind, mental trauma that maybe they're in shock. They did deal with the loss of someone close to them at some point, so maybe something else bad. That's why only two of them left. Okay. And I don't have Eldon on here. We'll assume Eldon's either by the wagon and by the fire, and essentially he's kind of hanging out in the middle area over here for the most part. After at least like glancing over at the elk and kind of jotting down some notes and not noticing much about the wagon or anything else, he just tends to go back to his own studies and stuff like that. But asking about them, he said he doesn't detect magic, doesn't detect any magic from them specifically. He does note that Brevalor has some aura about him in terms of maybe his items or something. But he doesn't get too close up to looking at anything. Like he says, oh, his sword is definitely magical, and you see there's a scimitar, a curved sword in his hip. He whispers that to you at least, or he thinks it to you since you're talking telepathically.
What time is it right now?
At this point, once you're all settled in and sitting out there, probably around 10 o'clock or so. It's getting
getting
fully
late.
dark by this point. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to be like, so you all have been camped here for a little while, correct?
Oh, just a couple of days.
What do you all normally do to pass these long hours during these cold winter nights?
We explore, range around, occasionally do some activity and such, take care of the animals and talk about our travels and such. But
None of that, with respect, none of that sounds fun. How do y'all like poker?
I don't really play games of chance. There's no point to them, really. I don't really care much into the way of coin either.
There is nothing chanced for poker.
Kind of is.
No, there's not. And you don't hear this. Well, you do, but you're over there. You don't hear me.
Unless you're
She's actually
cheating.
by the fire. Yeah. Essentially, her and Eldon are probably about
exactly
there.
Right. I was going to say, okay, I'm just used to seeing that, like, yeah, she definitely would have heard me.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a friendly game of poker going on.
I'm not really one for games of chance, really. I don't, I'm more of an explorer and...
No, the explorer thing I get. I was just saying something to occupy the time is all.
And I don't see the point to games where you either have to cheat or you have to rely on luck.
I laugh at the luck thing and pop my coin up in the air.
And he sort of nods and smiles at you.
And then I catch it and put it in my hand. I'm like,
as I understand it, never gamble with a halfling.
I'll laugh at that and be like, I had no intention on taking any of y'all's money.
And he just smiles. He's
no
malice, no.
I get the cheesiest grin on that. I get the cheesiest grin on my face you could ever imagine for the first time I've been complimented since I've been in a party. And then and took it like full of pride. Like you see me like getting red in the face almost, and then like even being a little bit bashful, more so even than I awkwardly try to talk to Gina.
Okay. So yeah, he's essentially, he's not unpleasant or unfriendly by any means, but
I took it as a compliment. Like, no, that's what I'm saying. I 100% took that as a compliment.
Sora, one thing, I'm not sure how much you've gotten close and or inspected anything for the most part there, but you do find him occasionally glancing over at you with interest.
I was building my tent. That's all I was doing.
Okay, well, I mean, this would be hours later as conversations have happened and people are moving around there. So, um, at some point, during the couple of hours since you guys have gotten here, you will have at least noted that he's looked in your direction a number of times. Not like in a way of malice or anything else, although you don't have a high insight. He's not like glaring at you or anything else like that that would be obvious. But you've caught him looking over your direction a number of times.
And who's he? Just so I'm aware.
The elf here, the wood elf,
Oh, okay.
the one that's been doing all the talking. So pretty much, the two scavengers haven't said a word the whole time you've been here. Um, the the one that tends to the elk hasn't talked to anybody out loud. And that's all you see are those four essentially right now. But yeah, so Revelar, he's done all the talking with Lucas and Trevor, and um, but you have caught him like glancing your way a number of times. As I said, not in a hostile or creepy kind of way, just sort of like and just like looking over your direction.
Do I recognize any of the clothing he has?
Probably not. I mean, it's definitely of a style that's. I mean, he's wearing leathers and furs, but there's nothing really. There's no heraldry on it. Um, there's nothing to indicate a specific style that you would recognize. Again, if he's telling the truth, at least he's from far, far to the south, so even the styles would be quite different from what you would normally see.
I'll nod to him when I do catch him looking over.
Okay.
Just kind of feel it out for a second.
And eventually it's like, Dragonkin. I've never actually met a Dragonkin of your coloration before.
I don't look dragon
Sorry to
blue.
have you.
Oh,
Thank you. I
well,
have my
okay.
hat on.
Yeah, they have a disguise now. So
Yeah.
yes. All right then. So, in that case, yeah. Sorry. Then rewind that. If you look other than if you looked on Dragonkin the whole time, he wouldn't have. Other than the fact that he would have glanced your way because you haven't talked to anyone. Um, so in that case, rewind that. Um, essentially, he has looked over in your direction only because you haven't spoken to him at all. Um, so sorry about that.
It's all good. When we're traveling, I always have my disguise on.
Gotcha. Okay. Or wait, you still you have the bracer.
I have that too. Yeah.
That, the disguise only lasts for an hour each time.
The meta.
See here. Yes, the mana tech basically it's still casting the spell and it lasts for an hour each charge.
Oh, I
So
thought it. Okay.
yeah.
So then
So I mean,
I would look
eventually,
dragon.
if you retired to your tent and then dropped it at that point, you wouldn't have seen. So, I mean, I assume if you, as you approach, essentially you popped into human form and then take it off when you're back in your tent. I mean, said it all depends on how you want to approach that.
No, I'll be dragonkin right now.
Okay. In that case, so move back to that conversation there. Yes, I've never seen Dragonkin of that shade before. I've met a number of other Dragonkin, but sorry, accent slowly slipped on me here. I've never met one of your coloration.
There's not very many of us around anymore. I believe
Yes,
most of us are, from what's the name of the city we just left?
Port Oris, Shorehaven.
Yeah, Port Oris. Yeah, most of us are hanging out in Port Oris right now.
Good to know. I've actually most of the Dragonkin I've met have been the green variety.
Green.
There's
I have.
there's a
I
number
haven't
of
seen
there's
very
quite a few
many green.
in the rodent wilds. I mean, not enough for a whole city, but it's not uncommon to see green dragonkin wandering the area.
I've been pretty much wandering up and down these roads most of my life, training to learn how to be
Hmm.
a better paladin.
Ah, very nice. Hmm. Well, um, It's, not knowing much about them, I just I've met a number of dragonkin, but they've always been of the green variety. So, it is good to see there are other varieties in the world. Variety is the spice of life, as they say.
They do say that.
Yes.
I'm going to offer them the person who was talking to me. I'm going to offer them a bit of rabbit that Reese's brought back.
Oh. He gladly accepts. Oh, very nice. Always good to supplement stores and such. So, and essentially, he kind of motions to the fire if we wish to cook it up, and we can share a meal before retiring for the evening.
Yeah, I'm kind of hungry.
Excellent. Okay, so you're able to go ahead and cook up some of the rabbit there, and easily have a late night meal before heading off to bed there.
Jim, I'm going to go and look
Hmm.
one of the scavengers. We'll get a closer look just to
Okay.
verify it was one of the four that we met before.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check. Or medicine, I guess, if you want to see. Investigation makes more sense. Good, yeah. Getting up close to them, you're fairly positive at this point that they are. Oh, I'm there, sorry. Wrong button. Good. Okay. As you get closer, yeah, you're fairly certain that yes, these are the same people.
So,
Same gear, same, and you think you actually recognize them. No, because you saw them fairly closely there. So, um, uh, there was a woman that was there, and a fourth person who was sort of the one in charge. Either these two are sort of the other two that were there, and then the fifth one that you didn't see that was dragged off. These two were sort of the other two that were just kind of there. But you're fairly certain, looking at them both now, looking at their gear, looking at them up close there, and you know faces pretty well. These are the same two.
I'll ask him then. What happened to your other two companions?
And he sort of looks up at you, and there's sort of a dull look in his eyes. And being from an old Karoon, you're no stranger to people that are drugged out. This guy seems to be like either drunk, like blind drunk, or on something or other. And he has sort of that dull, glazed look in his eyes. It's just like, uh, gone,
Gone
wandered
where?
off. Ah, it's kind of like just gestures off in a random, almost like a random direction, somewhere away. And he sort of like blinks at you, like he's trying to like get a trying to like focus on your face a little bit.
I'll get a bit
Ew.
closer. Get a bit closer to him, so that no one else can hear and say, "What have you taken?"
Taken nothing. And he's sort of like nothing. And he's sort of like almost at this point starts to glare at you, like the sort of the blank look, sort of like he sort of like turns away from you and walks to this tent. I mean, you can try.
I literally just want to like not sneak into it so much. It's just I just have a really funny feeling.
Give me a stealth check.
Yeah, I don't want to break in. I know I said
Okay.
literally sneak into the car. I really just kind of want to
Well,
peer in. He
You're on the
said,
edge of the firelight, so it's like it's essentially.
Yeah, but everyone else is also over here talking, so I just thought maybe
Sure. Yeah.
you know what I mean? They're all over here, literally
Yeah.
all over here. Besides the elk, as long as it's not going to tell on me, and then yeah. But wait, you said a stealth check?
Stealth check. See if anyone,
I'm basically just
notices.
trying to peer in,
Sure.
and that's going to be a 23.
Okay. Nice. So yeah, no one seems to like raise an alarm or notice you as far as you know here, and
Right.
you move up there. I mean, it's a well-made wagon it's pretty well sealed. There's no windows to peer through. There's shutters that are closed, and so you can kind of get a little bit. There may be some light in there. Give me a perception check.
I am going to drop my coin on the floor and look down and peer as I do that perception check. By the way.
Okay. Okay.
Need to, but yeah,
You're trying to look under the wagon?
I'm trying to get any view I can, like
Okay.
where there's light. I'm trying to get a peek through.
Yeah, so there is some light in there. It's not like there's not like bright light or anything else, but there is definitely light of some kind inside. With a 19 though, you do catch there's definitely some smells, some pungent smells, herbal smells, mixture of different scents that you're not really familiar with. Nothing that you really recognize offhand. But there's definitely some scent that you can pick up from just as you get close to the bottom of the door.
Wait, was Amethyst trying to communicate with the elk, or can she flat out talk to the like?
She was thinking at them, but no, he didn't think back.
Okay.
In
You wouldn't
Sylvan.
know that. So. Yeah.
I mean, I can tell Trevor that's what I was
Worth a
doing.
shot.
But
No, I was literally going to see if you can talk to the ferrets, and I was going to have them smell it out and see if they could smell anything. But if no one can talk to animals, I'm not going to do that because we don't have a druid in the
Yeah, I
party.
mean, you definitely smell something from inside. I mean, there's definitely some smells you can kind of catch there. It's something super strong. It's not like oh my god. There's no like anything wafting out. It's very well sealed. There's only a little crack of light coming through there, and just enough that you're in close there, since the 23 you're able to get right up to it. You're able to kind of sniff, and you do catch the scent of things, of something there, because nothing you recognize.
Okay, you said nothing I recognized.
No, I mean it's various like herbal type smells and flowery scents and weird smoke that you don't quite. It's a mixture of things that you wouldn't recognize.
Okay. Nothing to raise suspicion.
I mean, there's smells coming from there. I'm not sure. Take from that what you will, but there's nothing like, oh my god, this is something weird. I mean, other than the fact that it's a covered wagon.
I'm gonna go up.
At some point, you will catch in the very faint light you're seeing there. There's someone inside, but you already knew that.
Right.
There's a little bit of movement.
the auntie dude who was looking after the elks has gone in there to sleep.
No, he's in the tent.
No,
Oh no, he went
he's
to
in
the little one.
tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to the little yurt style tent.
Can I kind of want to knock and get out of the way, like and see if they come out, but I don't think that would be prudent.
No.
But that's the one he was
What?
talking about. Doesn't like the cold much, so he went in there to
No, so just clarify. I don't know. I don't remember where you were when he said, but this one here is when the tent of the elk went into the tent.
Yeah.
And is in there. He did say there was another person inside here, but they stay inside.
They stay inside because they don't like the cold much. In fact, he was upset they moved this far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go and say hi then.
I'd knock on the door.
Okay.
Because just to say hi, because I've noticed everybody else. I pick up my coin.
Since you knock on the door there, Revelor across the firelight, you may want to stay away from there. They don't like being disturbed. And the door whatever movement stops. But nobody answers the door.
I'm gonna go over here, and the leader is the most talking, and I'm gonna telepathically talk to him and be like, "Can I ask you something?"
He looks around. Interesting. Yes,
No one
you
else.
may.
No one else needs to know. But what is really going on here?
And you're sort of like, excuse me?
The smells coming from the carriage.
I said that we are herbalists by trade and such. If you're smelling things, it could be something that my
I don't
associate there was.
recall you ever saying that you were herbalists.
He
Unless I
absolutely
missed it.
did.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
They
he
they were
definitely.
here to
I literally
collect
just missed
various
it.
herbal samples. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, so yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
No,
He
you're
did
right.
say that. Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
Uh,
Who
so
is the one?
yeah, what are they doing in
Let
this
me
region? Like,
let me re-ask this in a
yeah,
more
yeah.
polite way. Who is the person in the carriage?
Associates of mine. They tend to be more of an expert in terms of the samples that we collect and just seeing what they can do with them and finding out if there's any worth to them and such. So we gather things and they determine what they can do with them. If they can find something useful, then we essentially try to pass those along to interested buyers.
You are
As far
drug
as I
dealers.
know,
You are drug dealers, aren't you?
are you going to flat out say that?
Yep.
Don't know what you mean.
I've dabbled in it a time or two. It's perfectly fine. Hell, I've moved quite a bit of it. Don't suppose there's blue crystals in there.
Is this all still? Is this
Literally,
all
just
still
I
back and
looked at
forth?
that, seen that too. No, not the blue crystal part. That part was a joke because I just read what Amethyst said, and I'm like, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even see that until I was applying it, so I didn't even like put that together. But yeah,
You are the man who knocked.
if you tell me
Yeah.
no, I'll simply believe you and move on. It is not a problem. I am not
He
here to kill
said
it.
no.
Okay,
I'm like, no, no.
trust me. I think something might be in these clove cigarettes. I don't even know if cigarette's the right word because I don't think cigarettes really exist in that.
They're
Back.
just called
Sure,
cloves.
why not?
Are you doing all this
Yeah.
telepathically?
Yeah, I hope so. Or did you go out loud for some of that?
Trevor?
What's that?
Was that all
Is that all
telepathically?
telepathic?
Yes, every bit of it, every word.
Okay. Um, and so essentially, at this point, we'll just say that he and Sora have been chatting a little bit back and forth. Sora, you will catch the fact that he kind of like starts at something, and sort of glances around a little bit there, and has a little bit somewhat distant expression on his face, and he coughs. And, oh, I'm sorry. He was saying, and back to whatever conversation you were having, as you were eating, um, and
He's going to fight Trevor in a minute.
and
I
well,
give Trevor
I-
death eye.
Why would you give me a death eye? I didn't do anything. You didn't see anything, did you?
No, but I could tell that he was distracted by something and then came back to my conversation with it.
I am a very attractive man. I just have you know. You've been distracted by that. You can't just
And
make
this-
assumptions because you don't see me talking. You don't see me interacting with him. Like I'm not looking directly at him. So
We've
you
been
don't.
together long enough for me to see it.
I've only done it twice. Ever.
It's okay. So we are running out of time here. So I do want to. So what's going to end up happening? We do have essentially, unless somebody else does anything else here, he will at that point after he finishes eating, he will share a flask of some sort of spirits of some kind, some sort of a strange wine, if you want to partake of any.
Nope.
He will hand a flask
Oh,
around
I
there.
will.
So
Just to show a little bit of trust because I feel like
well,
I kind of like.
he's in the middle of the conversation with, so he hands that to Sora because he's
Oh.
talking with Sora, eating and stuff. So,
I keep seeing where everybody is and get confused. Sorry.
yeah. So,
I will tell
yeah,
Trevor
so
telepathically. I
we'll
don't
kind of
think.
we'll kind of do this. We'll kind of move these two by the fire, having cooked up some rabbit, eating some rabbit, talking a little bit. I'm not sure. So we'll kind of put everyone kind of there initially, it says here. And so you hand Sora, if you wish, a flask.
I'll
Uh,
take it and pretend to drink it, but I won't actually drink it
You
because
could,
I'm not that
you
type
could, sure. I mean, eventually you kind of like enough to be able to smell it there, and it smells like some sort of a wine. You've had a taste of wine at least at some point or other, and it smells a bit like some sort of a wine of some kind there. And he takes the flask back and has takes another drink there and puts it away, and puts the cap back on, and puts it back in his thing there, and so. Well, I think I will go ahead and retire for the evening. If anything else here, please enjoy the fire. Um, I'll have our two friends here, and kind of gestures to the two people there, tend to the fire on occasion there, or for you if you want to as well. Feel free. And uh, again, please stay away from the elk. I don't want anyone losing a finger or two. Um, and we don't want to make sure, and we want to make sure that they don't bolt off or anything happens to them, as they're rather important to our travels. So, thank you again for a lovely evening, and I do wish you the best of comfort and rest. And he will eventually head back into the large tent here. Anything
Okay.
anyone wants to do as we close here?
Yeah,
Once he's
I'm
out of
gonna.
earshot,
Sorry, go ahead.
you say once he's out of earshot, I will tell everyone that I believe the two scavengers have been drugged, which is why they're not talking.
That makes sense.
That is an astute observation as always, Lucas.
I had a sneaking suspicion it was that or some sort of spell or something, but Alden couldn't get any kind of.
I'll talk to Amethyst telepathically one more time before we leave. I might be able to shoot the Yonti after all.
I wouldn't recommend it. I don't feel safe here. I don't think we should sleep. I think we should at least.
I think we should pretend to sleep. I think three of us. I'll bunk up with these two over here, and this is still telepathically, and we all pretend to go to sleep.
Just don't
Okay.
drink or eat anything they offer you.
You and I will keep watch. We don't have to tell everyone, whoever else we want to tell. We don't want to worry anyone, but we can also
Okay.
inform them if you want. I'm not trying to hide anything from anybody.
I'll definitely tell the rest of our group.
Let's
Those
sleep
that
in
are with
groups.
us.
We'll sleep in pairs, or groups.
I think we should try and get those two dudes away from here in the morning.
I have an idea. What do we have anything on us that could cure poison potentially, or some kind of way to heal, where that would cure them of anything that Lucas is talking about?
Don't know.
And I would ask Lucas this telepathically at this point as well.
There's no limit on your telepathy whenever you want to. Is that right?
Yeah. There's no limit as long as that I know their language and I can see them. It's right here.
Sora's got
Check to
protection from
see.
poison.
Well, it's a spell that'll help if someone gets poisoned. If you neutralize one poison you know is present. Yeah. So I think also can you do it? We need it with lay on hands. Can it cure
do lay
poison?
on hands. Yeah,
I know it gets rid of disease. I don't know if it gets rid of poison or not.
I can check. Hang on. I also have purified food and drink.
Okay.
I think that would...
And detect poison and disease.
There you go. That could help a lot, actually.
Well, the protection from poison neutralizes.
You did say that to Amethyst inside her head.
No, yeah. I would.
No, we've said that we'll speak to all of everybody in the group and make sure.
Yeah, I would just say it to Lucas about the thing too, and then we would all like conglomerate on sleeping in pairs. And she said that she would iterate with the rest of the group and tell everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So you would find out through that at least.
Well, let's just say this then.
Some way of getting rid of it.
So I assume you need to go here pretty soon.
Nope, we're not running anything right now.
Okay, well in that case, we'll wrap up on this note here then. So we can kind of what happens here. The night will pass uneventfully unless you guys do something yourselves. So they don't come out to mess with you. They don't do anything with you. They seem to stay in their tents, and that's basically where that will go there unless you just have to do something there. These two essentially go to sleep in their own tent. So unless you do something over the course of the night will pass uneventfully.
Sora, can you do that protection from poison tonight, or do you have to wait till morning?
I have to wait till morning.
Right.
Okay. All right. So the plan is to do something like that in the morning then. Okay. Are you taking shifts and staying awake, or you guys assuming you're going to sleep at some point? So, or you will need
Yeah.
to rest in order to reach to swap out your spells.
Yes.
Those of us that need to rest to get the spells will obviously have to do so.
Okay.
I need to.
But we all should probably do a bit of a watch, even if it's after sleeping.
Okay. So eventually you can get a long rest and get some sleep, enough that you're not going to be exhausted the next day at least. And so then we'll certainly plan for what you're going to do in the morning. Um, and we'll leave it at that for today. If you have any ideas or questions or anything else on the way, feel free. Again, the night will pass uneventfully unless you choose to do something. They don't do anything to you. They stay in their tents and the wagon. The elk stay grazing and eventually sleeping off in the off north of the camp there. And we
I
will
so
call
want to
it
pet them.
there. What's that?
I so want to pet them.
I told Jim I will be petting one of those elk. If not those two elk, I will be petting an elk at some point. I'm just saying.
Good to know. I'll make sure you get the opportunity at some point.
It's going to be the BBEG. I swear to God, is a big giant elk, and you make me die that way. I'm keeping my word. I just want to point that out.
I'm petting it. I'm petting it. It's eating you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did it.
So, all right then, everyone. Thank you all for playing. Thank you for watching. Appreciate everyone coming out there. I hope you all had fun there. I know I did. And we
Thank
will
you for running.
catch you. Absolutely. We will catch you next time. Thanks very much.